do that. We'll do that later. If you can just have a picture.
Sorry.
It's okay.
So from our reporters in the courtroom, the jury is not there yet, but you can see the judge is there. Cruz, the defendant, is there as well. It looked like, David, they were looking sort of at some paperwork. Maybe this is something, a motion that had perhaps been filed.
They're either looking at a new motion that's been filed, or perhaps it's an exhibit that's going to be introduced by the state through one of the witnesses this morning. Could also be some preliminary issues or matters that are going to come up during the day, because the state's already said we're going to call these witnesses, and the defense either filed what they did yesterday, which is a motion in limine to limit either the questions that are asked or the answers that are being given, or perhaps which exhibits are going to be shown. Unclear as to exactly what it is that they're all doing now, other than waiting for the jury to come in. And if in fact that's all they're doing, perhaps they're just looking at other papers they have collected for today, getting ready for the witnesses who are coming in, and just the general waiting process that goes into this entire proceedings.
And you can see a few more of the parents are in the audience. I saw the Guttenbergs. Max Schachter was back. He was not there yesterday, and you and I were talking about this. Perhaps he had a heads up about some of the testimony, because yesterday a lot of the testimony did involve his son and what happened to his son that day in the classroom. That had to have been tough for him to hear, if he was even listening at all. He was certainly not in the courtroom yesterday. Linda Schulman, mom of Scott Beagle, she is there as well. Yesterday, we heard from several students, and it looks like the jury and everybody is standing, so the jury is likely walking in right now. Let's take a listen. So at the moment, the audio has been turned off here in the courtroom, so there could be some sort of sidebar or something that they're talking about. Oh, and it sounds like the audio is back, so let's listen.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. You can go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Okay. Ashley Maria Baez, B-A-E-Z.
Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Baez. How are you?
Good morning.
Good. Where do you live?
Currently, I live in Orlando, but originally from here.
Okay. Are you working, going to school?
Yeah, I go to school in Orlando, and I work there too.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Were you in school then?
Correct, yes.
And where did you attend school?
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas,
And when did you graduate?
2020.
Did you spend all 4 years at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
Correct.
Okay. So on Wednesday, hold on for a second. Sorry. Okay. On Wednesday, February 14, 2018, were you in school?
I was in school.
Okay. Do you remember where you were during fourth period?
Yes, I was in band in my
In
band
band?
class. Yes.
Okay. And where's band?
Band is in the main building.
Okay. Let me show you. And Ian, everybody can see this. Okay. I'm going to show you, Ms. Baez, State's Exhibit number 1. And can you see that okay? On the
Yes,
screen?
now
You
I can. Now I can.
Okay, if you can wait a minute. Does this State's Exhibit 1, does it accurately truly depict where the band room was, where you were?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so what's going to come up is a place where you can, kind of mark it for us, okay?
That's fine. Right.
Is it showing on your?
It's not up. There's a row of colors that's going to come up at the bottom, but they're not up yet.
Oh, now they
there
are.
you go.
There they are.
Here, right there.
Okay, all right. So that's where you were, and what happened during that fourth period?
During that fourth period, towards the end of the day, I decided that I had to go to the restroom, and unfortunately, we weren't able to use the restrooms in that building at that time, so I had a choice in going to the freshman building to the right or to the cafeteria building, which was farther, so I ended up going to the freshman building.
Okay. Did you ever have any classes in the freshman building?
Yes, I've had.
All right, so you knew, the freshman building
Yeah.
where the restrooms were, the bathrooms, right?
Yeah, I knew the layout.
Okay, so how did you get there? You can maybe just trace it for us?
Traces. So I exited the building where I drew the X, and then I just walked this way directly into
And
the
right in
building.
there. Okay. So when you walk in the East doors, tell us what happened, if anything.
As soon as I walked in, what's it called? I was headed straight to the bathroom. I realized there was obviously two people behind me. I don't know where they ended up going, but I directly went to the bathroom. I saw someone in front of me in the stairwell, someone higher up, an administrator or security, who looked freaked out. So I turned around because I saw him run up the stairs. And then as I turned around, I saw the shooter coming out of the stairwell. And then I immediately turned back around, and that's when the firing started. And that's when I ran to the bathroom to my right side, but unfortunately it was locked, so I ran directly to the left side. Luckily there was a classroom unlocked, and I made my way in there.
Okay. So were you injured in any way?
Yes. While I was in the hallway, I didn't realize at that moment, but I had been injured in the leg.
Okay. And what kind of injury did you have in the leg?
I had a bullet wound enter my right leg and then explode on my left side.
Okay. So it went in one leg and then went into the other leg. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you now State's Exhibits. Just put this on for a second. State's Exhibit 1. I've showed these to the defense, Ron.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 2D, 2E, and 2F. First, let me show you 2D. Do you recognize who that is?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's me.
Okay. And I'm going to show you 2E and 2F. So does 2E and 2F show, I know there's a bandage on one, but
Yeah.
show where one in one leg and hit the other leg?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer 2E, 2D, and 2F.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am, just briefly.
So right now the audio from the courtroom has been muted. The witness number 21, Ashley Baez, one of the 17 who was wounded. She says that she was not even in the freshman building. She went there to use the restroom. It was locked, and that's when she says that she heard the shots.
And she appears to be one of the first victims who were shot at by Cruz. She said she looked up in the stairwell, saw this person coming down, the shooting started. She's talked about wounds that she suffered. They've shown her the pictures. They're going through the same objections that we didn't hear yesterday because they're all done sidebar, but they're objecting to either cumulative use of this many photos. They're certainly objecting to anybody seeing them other than the witness on the stand and the jurors. The judge will review it as she did yesterday. She'll overrule their objection. They will have preserved it for their record.
And these are standard, but we talked about this yesterday, these are standard objections on the defense side.
Exactly. And, we'll see them for the remainder of potentially 7 more victims who survived and who are victims of the attempted murder charges that were filed against Cruz.
They are taking off their headphones. Presumably
Defense
the
objection,
audio will come up.
State's Exhibit 2D for identification will be received as States 49. State's Exhibit 2E for identification will be received as States 50. And States 2F will be received as States 51.
So I'm going to put this up on the screen for Baez. Let's see here. Who is that?
That's me,
Okay, and is that you? Where are you when this picture was taken?
in the hospital.
Okay. How many surgeries did you have?
I ended up having 4 surgeries.
Okay. And here's State's Exhibit 51. That, I'm sorry for the record, was State's Exhibit 49. This is State's Exhibit 51. Pardon? Yeah. Okay, thank you. What does that show?
This shows the injury to my left thigh.
Okay. And show you now State's Exhibit number 50. What's that show?
That shows where the bullet entered on my right side,
On your other leg, right?
on my other leg,
Okay.
yes.
So I want to show you a video clip and see if you can identify you in the clip, okay?
Sounds good.
Your Honor, I'm going to play the video.
Okay.
Objection.
Is there video and evidence, Mr. Sachs?
It's an evidence.
It's on S19.
It's in evidence, and you need a sidebar?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, one more sidebar again. This witness, Ashley Baez, said that she had an injury to her left thigh. This was in the shooting. She's the 10th wounded student that we've heard from. The question is, will we hear from all 17 at some point?
It's possible that we're going to hear from all 17 in some fashion, either a short version from each of these victims. Again, it goes to the aggravating factor for premeditation, for the method and the cruelty that he carried out the homicides and the attempted homicides in this particular case. I think what they're arguing about now is Exhibit 19, which was introduced yesterday morning. It was a video that was shown. I believe they're trying to show that to her. There's probably a snippet in there where Cruz is seen firing at her if the video was active in the stairwell where she talked about today.
And this is the surveillance video?
Right. Right, and so I think they're arguing about that now. The photos that he moved in earlier were photos of her injuries. We talked about that. Those were put in because they have to establish the record as to what the injuries were, how severe they were, what was going on to establish some of these aggravating factors.
And we talked about really how tough this is. This is obviously all part of the state's case to build on these aggravating factors. But for these young people who went through this 4.5 years ago, obviously this is now part of their daily lives, unfortunately. But to have to come into open court and discuss one more time what happened to them, that is really a challenge. And it's really something to be said for these young people who are having to relive what happened to them that day.
It takes a lot out of any victim, and that's part of the process and part of one of the issues that arises in all cases with victims. In order to proceed forward in a prosecution, whether it's a penalty phase here that we're watching, or whether it's a guilt or innocence phase, the victim has to come forward and testify. And in Florida, the defense is entitled to take a victim's deposition prior to the trial itself. You can't use that deposition during the trial to substitute for the testimony, but you can use it to impeach the victim. It allows the defense to figure out exactly what the particular witness is going to say. And so victims have to relive what happened to them in any case for a deposition, and then they have to relive it again during their trial testimony. But that's part of the process and part of the constitutional guarantees of due process to anyone who's accused, not just Cruz. You have a right to confront witnesses. And so when we talk about why do cases resolve, why do cases result in plea negotiations and plea bargains, why would the prosecution agree to a life sentence when the victims and the victims' families all want a death sentence? That's one of the things that goes into the equation. You're going to make the victims have to come in and go through this all over again. And they're going through it all over again in great detail, those who survived. And they have to do it in a courtroom where the person who shot at them, the accused, is sitting feet away from them. And I've noticed, certainly, during the course of the testimony, to a T, none of these victims will even take a glance over at the defense table. They look straight ahead. They're focusing on the prosecutor who's asking the question. They're looking at the exhibits. And when they walk down, they look at the jury and they walk out.
And there was really only one time, from my observation, that we saw Nikolas Cruz, the defendant, look up and kind of engage, and that was with one of the teachers day one of testimony. But for the most part, when it comes to these students, these other injured witnesses, he has not looked up. In fact, you can see him right there. He's sort of on the right side of your screen. He's in between his defense team. For the most part, his head has been down. He's had a mask on. He's been doodling or drawing or whatever it is, and he is not engaged. And that is not surprising, of course, in a case like this. You were talking about sort of the process. No witness has been cross-examined except for one, and that was the last witness yesterday. It was a teacher. In fact, we believe it's the teacher whose classroom this witness, Ashley Baez, went into his classroom that day.
Right. It's unclear. She went into an unlocked classroom in the freshman building.
It might have been his. We're not sure.
We're not sure. But yes, yesterday was the first time we heard the defense get up and cross-examine any witness who was going to testify. There is nothing they're going to gain from cross-examining the victims here or any of the teachers. It would appear that what they were trying to do yesterday was focus on one of their mitigating circumstances, sort of a catch-all mitigation circumstance that talks about something in the defendant's background.
What
that
they
would
asked
mitigate
him
against.
yesterday was, they said when he described what happened and he talked about bringing some students into his classroom, then the defense came up and they said, oh, so was there a campus monitor assigned to your floor? Do you know who it was? They named the campus monitor by name, and he said he believed that was not the case. There was not anybody up there. And he also talked about the lack of students and teachers in some of the other classrooms that were on his floor.
And that perhaps might explain why there was no monitor there. Perhaps they thought that given the lack of other classrooms that had students in it, the monitor should be placed somewhere else in the building.
So then explain that. So then the defense is trying to paint a picture of the school's failure to respond, all of that being part of maybe a mitigating circumstance?
From the mitigating circumstances that they've listed thus far and the experts they've listed and the reasons they're giving as to wanting to call certain experts and give certain background, this would seem to, at the very least, fall into their argument that the school itself and the school board ignored red flags that they had seen about Nikolas Cruz as he was moving through the school system, whether it was red flags related to his mental health, whether it was red flags related to his grades. And I know that this doesn't sound like it has anything to do with the school safety monitor, but it goes into an argument that if they're ignoring red flags that they see raised about Nikolas Cruz, that then they're going to argue as the defense as a mitigating circumstance that contributed to his mental health, his well-being, his ability to recognize right and wrong and what was going on. Then they're going to say, well, if the school's going to ignore the red flags, look at this internal rule or regulation that they're ignoring. It just shows a pattern and prior bad conduct by the school to follow the rules.
So it may not have been a mitigating circumstance for that particular day. That may not have stopped him from conducting the shooting, but it was a sort of a catch-all, as you had said.
Exactly. Showing that the school, they're trying to shift the blame here, showing that the school had some sort of responsibility if they had acted earlier. And again, from what I can tell, this perhaps is an example of them saying the school doesn't follow their own rules. I think it's a very hard-pressed argument to make that the school's responsible for what's going on and what happened here because they didn't have a safety monitor. And from what it appeared from the testimony yesterday, they heard shots around them. It wasn't clear to me whether they heard shots actively on that particular floor. The teacher was able to open the door, let other students into the classroom, and so it's unclear whether a safety monitor would have been of any use there anyways to prevent Cruz from getting up to that floor. And perhaps this safety monitor was located elsewhere in the building and did assist in getting the other students out of the buildings, clearing the building, and save some lives that way.
I don't think we have any audio coming from the courtroom. Is that correct? It does not sound to be the case. So explain again what's happening here. So we heard briefly from this witness, Ashley Baez, one of the students who was wounded. She was in a band class. She went into the freshman building to use the restroom. She says that's when she heard the gunfire. So there, at some point, they were looking at pictures of her wounds. And sort of as a procedural issue, the defense objected so that they can have their objection on the record. Nothing new here.
No.
But now they're having a sidebar again. So
well, it seemed from what we were able to hear when they came out of the sidebar, put the sound back on, and before they went back to this sidebar, now you see one of the prosecutors, Mr. Marcus, arguing a point that they're trying to make here. That Mr. Setz made reference to Exhibit 19, which was introduced yesterday, which was portions of the surveillance videos. And so they showed those to the jurors yesterday. They showed them to a couple of the other witnesses who testified and gave some indication as to where they were in these pictures, what was going on. And so just an educated guess here, perhaps they're trying to do the same thing with this witness because they have surveillance videos from that stairwell and they want to show where she was, they want to show where Cruz was, perhaps even there's some video of shots being fired in her direction.
And so for the state, this is just evidence being presented to tell the story, to put that on the record, and for the defense, this is possibly.
Well, it would seem to me they're arguing, look, you already showed this. We don't need to see it again. The
It's
jury has seen it.
inflammatory. Would that be the argument?
Always inflammatory, so that
Okay.
one's not going to get very far. But they're going to argue it's cumulative. It doesn't add anything to what everybody's seen already. And we've heard the testimony of their argument, again, the defense. We heard the testimony of the witness who said, look, this is where I was, this is what happened, this is where we were. And their argument perhaps is, if the state wants to argue that and they want to show this surveillance video during their closing statement about what they've shown to prove cruel, calculated, premeditated, reckless disregard for human life, and some of the other enumerated factors, then they can do it then. But to show it again now is cumulative, is overly prejudicial, puts too much influence on this particular video.
And again, this is just the defense doing their job, doing what they have to do. I want to make sure that our viewers know that the reason why you're seeing some of these attorneys with headphones on, this is sort of the modern sidebar. So normally in court, you'd see attorneys walking up to the judge and speaking. They would play the white noise on the speaker. But this is a more high-tech courtroom. This is the new Broward County Courthouse. This is the chief judge's room. He gave this up so that they could use this. It's a big courtroom. And so they are all connected via these headphones so that they can speak to each other, and that's why we're not hearing any audio from the courtroom at the moment. It's
a time-saving device. Otherwise, you've got 4 defense attorneys, 5 defense attorneys, 5 prosecuting attorneys. Everybody would have to walk up sidebar to the bench, talk to the judge. Look, for those of you who watched Perry Mason, back in the day, Perry and the prosecutor would walk up to the side of the judge's bench and they'd have a conversation. There wouldn't be any white noise. You're far enough away from the jurors really can't hear what's going on. But we're using technology now. It saves time. This conversation still would have taken place. All this waiting that we're going through right now, we still would have been waiting for them to hash out their arguments on both sides, for the judge to rule whether or not she's going to allow something to come in or not come in. But it saves everybody the time from getting up, going over, and talking here. Technology is our friend and potentially is saving us some time.
And this is typical procedure for any criminal case.
It happens
any
in
case.
Criminal cases, civil cases. And, anytime there's a jury who is present and you want to have a conversation on a legal argument or something potentially that the jury shouldn't hear, you have to have that conversation sidebar. It has to be on the record. So that's why the court reporter has a headset on. You can see her fingers moving. She's taking down all the argument that's being made, the statements that are being made by both sides so that the record is clear. This is what we were talking about. And it's part of the process, because if and when this case goes up through the Court of Appeals, they're not going to have video, they're not going to have audio. All they are going to have is the cold record that's being prepared by the court reporter.
And the record right now showing that there was possibly an objection, and here's the sidebar, and this is the conversation. Right. We're not seeing the jury, of course. We don't see the jury, but from what Christina Vasquez, who's our reporter on the scene, is telling us, and we've known this from day one, is that in some cases the alternates are separated from the main jurors, but in this case they're seated alphabetically, and there's a little bit of a strategy to that.
Well, that way, unless you pay close attention to court proceedings and unless you know what goes on during the course of the proceedings, it's the first 12 who were selected, and then the second 10 set of 10 are the alternates. If the jurors don't know that, if they have no idea that's how it works, by seating them alphabetically and not by their number of selection, the 22 people don't know who the 12 are who are seated on the panel, and that way everybody pays attention. Whether we want to talk about it or not, human nature always seems to be that if you're an alternate, if you're not carrying the main responsibility, you might not pay as close attention. But in this case, because this trial is expected to go on for months, something might happen to one of the primary panel members that requires an alternate to step in. They want everybody to pay attention. Everybody's taking notes. Everybody's doing what they need to do to make sure that they're recalling what they hear, what they see, what's taking place. And this is just another way to get everybody to pay attention.
And I was actually asked about this yesterday about, is there a mask mandate inside any of these courtrooms? And there's not, but you can see that some people are wearing them voluntarily, some are not. Nikolas Cruz is wearing a mask, and that could be strategy from the defense not to show any kind of reaction.
Right.
Right. Some of the journalists are, some of the parents are, some are not. And in fact, there was a witness yesterday, a student who spoke, and he was asked, well, I think he voluntarily took his mask off because it was a thicker, it might have been a KN95 mask, and it was a little hard to hear him, but he voluntarily took it off, which made it easier. So that's sort of another very 2022 kind of challenge in a courtroom right now, masking versus not masking, in this time.
There had been argument made as we were trying to decide, those people who were involved in the process, trying to decide how we're going to get back into the courtroom, how we're going to shift from Zoom and virtual proceedings to live in-person trials. Some have argued that having a mask on the face of a witness makes it more difficult to gauge, the jury that is, whether or not that person is answering truthfully. Look, we all react to what we see, and a lot of the unspoken signs come from facial expressions. So when a juror is asking, when a prosecutor or a defense attorney is asking a question of a potential juror, they'd want to see what the juror had to say. So that was some of the thought process that went in. Are we going to make jurors wear masks or not? Jurors are seated right on top of each other. It's very difficult to get people 6 feet apart. Same goes for witnesses on the witness stand. Now, in this courtroom, they've taken down, if they ever had them, the plexiglass that was put up in certain courtrooms around the witness stand, around the prosecution and defense table. And again, many people have argued that if I can't see your face, I can't see what you're saying, and it becomes difficult for me to gauge what it is you're telling me. Others have said it actually makes it easier to see if somebody's telling the truth because you focus on their words, you focus on their eyes, you look into what they're saying, and that helps you decide what's going on. And then just some more general things. Look, we all know that it's harder to hear when you're speaking through a mask, so it makes it harder to hear the question that's being asked and the answer that's being given. And that was part of the reason yesterday why the witness decided, I need to remove my mask. You've told me like 3 times now already. Get closer to the microphone, can't hear what you're saying. And as the prosecutor said, it's personal choice. Is it okay? Is it your preference to take off the mask? 1 or 2 of the prosecution team, they have their masks on. It may be because of their individual circumstances as to why they're leaving it on. Yesterday we saw the defense team, 2 or 3 of them had masks on. Cruz has always had the mask on. Are they making defendants wear the masks in jail? Is that part of what he has to do every day because they're packed in tighter quarters? Is that part of what the jail's doing to make sure that there's no spread there? I don't know. But as you mentioned, I think part of it is to hide his facial expressions so that the jury can't see what his reaction is to this. We're getting to a point now where, if they didn't have the headsets, I would have thought that the judge would have said, this is taking a little bit longer than we thought.
Right.
Because as you point out, the jurors are sitting there.
They are.
In the box.
Just like we are, not being able to hear anything, wondering what they're talking about. In fact, let's see, is there audio from the courtroom? I don't think there is.
It's probably the white noise, if anything.
Yeah, nothing yet. So they are still speaking on this sidebar issue, potentially about that surveillance video that was seen yesterday. Our Christina Vasquez, who's in the courtroom, was talking about the juror reaction to this surveillance video, which was really the first time that...
Here come the headsets off.
There you go.
Now we'll find out what they were talking about.
You're never going to have that white noise when you're asleep, be dreaming of the white noise. We do that, so I think I've told you this before, we use those headphones as opposed to taking the jury out every time we have to discuss something that doesn't involve the jurors. It would be a much more inconvenient process to you all, at least we think, to have to go all the way back to the jury room and then come all the way back in. So we do the white noise and the headphones for that reason. Okay, at this time, I'm going to overrule the defense objection to publishing the video, and Mr. Sachs, you may publish the video at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the objection was overruled. the jurors will be able to see this surveillance video. And just like yesterday, David, there's no audio, so they'll be sitting in silence for a bit.
Right, Janine. They're watching it. You can see the witness watching it. You know, if they do the other open shot, you'll see the prosecution and defense team watching the video. So this is a surveillance video, presumably of when she was in the stairwell being shot at, but there's no audio. So we're not going to hear anything, and we're not going to see those pictures now. After court's done for the day, they will allow the media who are in the courtroom to go up and view it, and they'll be able to relate to the rest of us what the contents of that particular video was. But again, they'll show it, and now when they're done, Mr. Satt's going to ask the witness, you just saw the video, where were you? Did you see, what did you see? And he'll ask them to describe it again. And that potentially was part of the defense's argument. If you're going to show the video and you're going to ask her questions anyways, why are we going to show the video again? So, you know, it all works in. And the reason he's going to show the video and why it's in evidence is to establish an aggravating factor. The reason he's going to ask the witness a question about the video is to help pinpoint what the jurors should be looking at when they're deciding, was this an aggravating factor?
And presumably all of these attorneys are seeing the video on their screen. You can see the defendant, Cruz, once again, his head is down. He's has something, a pen in his hand. And there's the witness, the wounded student, Ashley Baez.
That is me.
And I believe that Mr. Satz just asked her in that portion of the video, was that me? She answered, yes, that's me. So they're doing exactly what we thought they were doing, and that is showing live video from, you know, February 14th, 2018, what was going on and how
and establishing her place in that.
Correct.
And you can see in the audience some of the family members. You can see Max Schachter. The Guttenbergs are there as well. They're all stoically looking on. Yeah. And he's asking again, is that you? She says yes.
I know I keep repeating this, but it's all for the record. Look, everything that takes place in the courtroom is for the record.
Okay.
You guys want to cross or anything? Okay.
Ms. Baez, thank you. You're excused. Thank you.
So there you have it. One more aggravating factor being brought up by the state. There's Ashley Baez. We believe her family. Families of these witnesses have all been sitting in the front row.
Right, and you know, and one thing I'll point out at this point, when we're waiting for her to leave and come back in, they all have to stay outside. Any witness has to stay outside of the courtroom. There is a rule of sequestration that was invoked here, and the reason behind that is you don't want another witness.
Continue the video that you have just begun watching, but we excuse the witness so that you would not have to watch herself being injured.
Oh, I see. So they excused her as they were watching more of the video.
Mr. Satz, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
And it appears from what the judge was telling the jurors that they're going to continue to play this video, but they've excused the witness because they're getting to a point in the video where she's actually injured, and they're not going to force her to watch that again and sit through that again. And so that's what they're doing right now. No audio, so we're not going to hear anything. But getting back to this fact that the witnesses have to keep coming in and out of the courtroom, you don't want another witness to hear what the witness before them had to say, and you don't want them
to influence, perhaps.
Correct.
Right.
State whenever you're ready. We call your next witness.
Genesis Valentin.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. If you would please lean into the microphone when you speak so we can hear you. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Genesis Valentin. Last name is spelled Valentin.
Good morning, Ms. Valentin. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Did you go to school?
I go to
school?
Palm Beach State.
Okay. Did you go to high school? Where did you go to high school?
Marjorie, Stoneman, Douglas.
And what year did you graduate?
2020.
And did you go all 4 years to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
No, just my first 2.
Okay. So on Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018, were you attending Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
Correct.
And Ms. Valentin, I'd like to call your attention to fourth period on Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember where you were during fourth period?
Yes.
Where were you?
In Mrs. Haas' class, room 1216.
Okay. And did something happen during that period?
Yes.
Could you please tell us what happened?
Around 12:30, maybe 12:35. Sorry, not 12. 2:35. I remember hearing some shots outside the room.
Okay. Did you recognize them as shots?
No, at first I thought it was just balloons because everybody had balloons because it was Valentine's Day.
Okay. So what happened?
After we heard about 3 shots, we were all like, this is not normal, so we started to hide.
Okay.
And then after we hid, we heard more.
Okay.
So that's when we knew this was serious.
Okay. So what happened then?
At that point, we were all just hiding, trying to make sure we were all covered. And we just kept hearing shots, so we knew that it was not balloons. We knew it was something more serious. And then we heard screaming, so we knew this was getting bad.
Okay. And then what happened?
After that, we just stayed covered as long as we could. Some classmates called police officers. They all knew what was going on. They were already on their way. So they just told us to stay hidden as long as we could.
Okay. And were you injured at all?
Yes.
And how did you get injured?
I got some shrapnel all over my left leg and a little bit on my right.
And where were you do you remember where you were when you got shot in the classroom?
Yes, it was right next to the teacher's desk.
Okay. And did you see anyone else get wounded or shot?
Yes.
Who did you see get shot?
2 girls next to me, Elena and Alyssa.
Elena Petty and Alyssa Alphadeff?
Correct.
Okay. What happened when they got shot?
Alyssa got shot in her stomach and Elena was shot in her knee. They were both instantly gone after being wounded.
Okay. Did you see anyone else get wounded?
Not right away, but after we were escorted, I saw another kid, Alex, I believe was his name.
Okay. Alex Schachter? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Did you see the shots coming in?
No, I was hidden.
Oh, you were hiding?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you remember, I know you can't remember exactly, but the best you can guess, how many shots went into 1216, if you can recall?
Not sure. I'm pretty sure it was more than 3.
Okay. All right. Let me show you now. I've showed these to the defense room. State's Exhibit, Ms. Valentin, 24A, 23Z, and 23Y. Do you recognize that? What are all 3 photographs? What do they show?
These are my shrapnels on my left and right leg.
Okay, and that was taken when you were in a facility to get treated?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And did they truly and accurately depict your wounds as they existed?
Yes.
On Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce these, and I'll have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Valentin.
All right.
Is there an objection?
Yes, ma'am, please, briefly.
So standard procedure, once again,
Same
videos are
objections.
presented, yes.
Same objections as to these pictures. The judge will look at them. The defense will make their objection. It'll be recorded in the record. The judge will rule on the objection, and then it will be entered into evidence. They'll show it to the the witness. She'll testify as to what they are, and then they'll move on to the next
So
witness.
standard objections. This is Genesis Valentine. She's witness number 22. She is now the 11th student, I believe, right? The 11th survivor that we've heard from who was wounded that day. It's interesting, David. So yesterday, sort of the bulk of the students that we heard from were in that room 1216, Dara Haas's class, that English class where so many were killed and wounded. So now we're going back to room 1216.
And it may just be a function of when these people are available, when they can come into court. The story that they're trying to paint here, perhaps are going from classroom to classroom, more severe injury to less severe injury. There was a reason they wanted to put those people on yesterday that had to do with what their testimony was about other people who they saw injured or killed, and sort of part of the process of developing and weaving your factual story and your presentation to the jury so that they can see how the case is going to proceed.
And now the jury is really getting a clear picture of what happened in these various classrooms. And if the jury has been paying attention like we have been, you know that in room 1216 in that English class, you had teacher Dara Haas, you had Elena Petty and Alyssa Alhadef, who were both killed. You had Alex Schachter, who was killed as well. And now this student, Genesis Valentine, talking about what she saw. Let's listen.
States 23Y for identification will be received as states 52. States 23Z for identification will be received as states 53. And states 24A will be received as states 54.
Your Honor, I have no further question. Ms. Valentin, can she be excused?
Sure. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Missy, you're excused. Thank you.
So that was fairly brief. Genesis Valentine, who said that she had shrapnel in her legs. She was injured that day, February 14th. Once again, she's being led out of the courtroom right now by family members, and they will likely call their next witness. We wonder if we'll also hear from more teachers, and we think we might, because we know that yesterday the state was talking about the Holocaust history class, and many students were in that class when that shooting happened.
And you're right, Ginny.
States Exhibit 54, that Ms. Valentin is identified. And States Exhibit 52, Ms. Valentin is identified. And States Exhibit 53, that Ms. Valentin.
So these are more exhibits related to that witness.
Right, a little bit different from yesterday where they were putting them up while the witness, the victim, was still there. Here they've excused her and are showing them to the jury.
Next witness.
Whenever you're ready.
Ivy Seamus, please.
So here she is. We were wondering if we would hear from her. Ms. Seamus, Ivy Seamus, was the history of Holocaust teacher who, from what we understand, stayed at MSD to watch her students graduate, and then she left. And I believe she lives now in Washington, D.C., and arrived recently so that she could also speak today. Tough to imagine what she saw that day. Tough to imagine what anybody did.
What anybody did. And we're going to hear from her firsthand what took place in her classroom, much like we did yesterday from Ms. Haas and the day before from the other teachers.
Once again, this is Ivy Seamus, an MSD teacher. She's walking to the stand. Let's listen.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can put your hand down and please be seated. If you would please speak into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Sure. My name is Ivy Seamus. It's S-C-H-A-M-I-S.
Okay. And Ms.
Whenever you're
Seamus,
ready.
thank you. Ms. Seamus, are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
Well, for about 20 years, I was a social studies educator at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, but I am currently an office administrator at Milton Gottesman Jewish Day School of the nation's capital.
Okay. And you were at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas from what years?
From 2001, and I was employed until the beginning of 2020.
Was that Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, was that your first teaching assignment?
No, I taught a couple of years in Dade County and then took a break to raise my children and then started up again at Broward.
Okay. And I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that date?
I do.
Okay. And where were you teaching at that time? I know you were teaching at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, but where in the campus?
Yes, I was in room 1214 on the first floor.
Okay. And how long had you been in that classroom, as assigned that classroom?
Yes, that classroom was my classroom since the building was erected in 2009. So I was the only teacher in room 1214 the entire time.
Okay. And what were you teaching?
I was a social studies teacher. That day, I taught international relations, academic elective, and history of the Holocaust, another academic elective.
Okay. And 1214, the class next to you is classroom 1215?
Yes, I think so.
Well, let me show
I
you.
don't remember the classroom numbers.
State's Exhibit Mark 7. Okay. Can you see that?
Not yet. Okay, yes, I can see it.
Okay. And there's going to be something coming up in a minute, and you can circle 1214.
The colors on the bottom of the screen.
Okay. And obviously 1215 is the adjoining classroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is there a little partition between your classroom and classroom 1215?
There's an alcove,
Okay. And
but there's a wall between the both classrooms.
I'm talking outside the door.
Outside, yes.
Okay. And the doors, were they open in or out?
The classroom door opens in, out. It opens out. Can remember, it opens out.
Okay. All right, it opens out. And when you go outside of your classroom 1214, is there a little wall between?
Yes.
Okay. How big is the wall?
Oh, goodness. Few feet.
Okay. All right. And who had the classroom next door to you in 1215?
Julie Matlock.
Okay. So on February the 14th, 2018, fourth period, please tell us what occurred.
February 14, 2018, fourth period, was my History of the Holocaust class. It was an academic elective for juniors and seniors. It started out great. It was a happy day because it was Valentine's Day and the kids were bringing in candy and stuffed animals and flowers. And I had planned a lesson that day to cover the 1936 Olympics because the 2018 Olympics in Pyeongchang were happening at the same time. And it's a 90-minute class, and the students started out, they completed an activity we had done the class before, and we were actually talking about hate on college campuses. And then the students had laptops on their desk. We were watching testimony from Eyewitness. It's a program online through the Shoah Foundation. And the students were doing that activity and watching testimony. And when they completed it, there was about maybe 20, 25 minutes left of class. So I wanted to start the next lesson. And we were going to talk about the Jesse Owens story. That's what we were doing. We were going to talk about the Jesse Owens story. And I had put up on the Recordex, which is a large screen, sort of like a TV screen, but you can write on it an interactive whiteboard. And I put on there key characters from the Jesse Owens story. And I asked the students, it was sort of a discussion about who they might have already known and what they knew about Jesse Owens. And I asked the students if they knew who Adi Dassler was, because he was up on the board, and most students got a kick out of that because it sounded familiar. And Nicholas Dworet in my class raised his hand and he got excited. He said, I know who Adi Dassler is. He was the German shoemaker he owned a shoe factory who started the Adidas company. And he was up there because he made the shoes, the track shoes that Jesse Owens wore when he won his 4 gold medals. And the class was super excited because he knew the answer and we were so happy for him. And then he also stated that Rudy Dassler was his brother who started the Puma shoe factory. And we were not totally surprised because Nick was an athlete and he knew these things. And it was at that very moment when he had that aha moment that he knew the answer to that, we heard very loud shots going off in the hallway right outside the classroom door.
Okay, and then what happened?
And so it was just for maybe a second, the students just, it was almost like we stopped in our tracks and they flew out of their seats and tried to find cover. I mean, in my mind, it was unmistakable that was gunshots. Again, I obviously didn't know, but so the students flew out of their seats trying to find cover in a very small room that had a wall full of windows. There was a front door with a large window, to me it was large, going down the center that was not bulletproof. There was a lot of furniture in the classroom, and there were a lot of students in that classroom. So
how many students were in your classroom?
There was, I believe, 30 that day.
Okay.
There were a few absent. But it's a small room to have, many students. I had about, I want to say 35 or 37 desks in there, something like that, because some of my other electives were larger. And they tried to find cover wherever they could. We didn't have much time, but they scrambled to different parts of the room, sort of along the perimeter, and some tried to get behind the laptop cart, and some tried to get behind a file cabinet and the Recordex board. Hannah and Shannon went under the well of the teacher desk. So I stood there for a second while they all tried to get cover. We had never had a drill or anything to tell us what to do or where to go. But a young lady named Kelly Plore looked up and she called me over. So I ran to her. She said that she was thinking of her mom and what her mom would do in this situation. So we all were sort of down on the ground. We were on the floor trying to hide behind whatever we could. And it was really seconds later that the barrel of that AR-15 just ambushed our classroom. It came right through that glass door, the glass panel in the door, and was just shooting everywhere. It was extremely loud. It was very frightening. And I kept thinking about these kids that should not be experiencing this at all.
Okay, and did you see anyone wounded?
I did not see, we were all close to the ground, like laying on the ground. I did not see anything at that time, no.
All right, so what happened next?
So from where I was laying on the floor with Kelly, I could see the handle of the door. The door was locked, but it really wouldn't have mattered because whoever was out there, shooter or shooters, which we didn't know at the time, could have easily put their hand through the panel of the door and opened the door. And then I thought, well, that was it. It didn't happen because just as I was thinking what to do, as the only adult in that classroom there, I heard the shooting across the hall. Okay.
And how long did you hear the shooting? You heard it down the hall? Did you hear it anywhere else?
Yes. And at some point, a fire alarm went off, so it was hard to hear everything. that was going on. We heard it down the hall, and then we heard it further. But nobody moved. Nobody moved because, and again, I found out later, I think from some of the, he did come back. We were worried that whoever it was, that the killer or shooter would come back, and so, and the students were quite mature. I was unbelievably proud, and they were incredibly brave. Just shh, shh, shh. No one said anything. Very, very quiet. Just worried that it was going to happen again.
All right, did you hear anything above you?
I might have, I mean, on the second floor?
Or anywhere?
We might have heard, but then again, the fire alarm at one point went on, so it muffled sounds of the shooting.
Okay, and how long did you wait before there was a police response?
So, like I said, we were very, very quiet. I think students were on their phone trying to get service or texting their loved ones or their boyfriend or girlfriend. So maybe between 15 and 20 minutes we waited for someone to come rescue us. But the young lady, Kelly, who was next to me, was able to get a bar of service. So she said, I heard her saying to 911, 12:14. So I thought they would come soon because they knew what room we were in.
Okay. And when the police came, did you see anyone who was injured?
So when the police came, they were screaming. SWAT was screaming in the hallway and got into the classroom door the same way that I thought anyone else would get in. They just stuck their hand through that glass panel and told us to put our hands up and was screaming for the injured. So that's when I saw the 4 students that were injured in my class.
And who did you see injured?
Daniel Menescal and Isabel Checker, Samantha Grady, and then Samantha Fuentes.
Okay. And was there anyone who that you saw that wasn't wounded, who wasn't moving?
I didn't, because they told us, don't look, they were screaming at us, screaming, because they said they didn't find the shooter, and so they could have been anywhere, so they were screaming at us to put our hands up and not to look down and to run out.
Okay. All right, let me show you now State's Exhibit marked 3S for identification. You know who that is?
That's my girl, Helena.
What's her full name?
It's Helena Ramsey.
And 3R?
And that's Nicholas Cruz, handsome boy.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to call for State's Exhibits 3S and 3R.
No objection.
States 3R for identification will be received as states 55, and states 3S, as in Sam, for identification will be received as states 56.
Your Honor, I have no further questions of Ms. Seamus.
Does anyone have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Thank you.
Wow. Well, that was powerful testimony from Ivy Seamus, who was the social studies teacher who was teaching the history of Holocaust that day. When they asked her about the students who were killed in her classroom and can you identify them, she said, that's my girl, Helena Ramsey.
55, that's State's Exhibit 55. Ms. Seamus identified that as Nikolas Cruz. State's Exhibit 56. Ms. Seamus identified that. Helena Ramsey.
And these are identifying photos. We don't know if these are yearbook photos or photos of these victims with their injuries, but once again, this is procedural. They are entering these photos into evidence to identify them as the victims in that classroom.
And given the defense's lack of an objection and no sidebar, it would seem that these are probably photos that are not as graphic as...
Sure. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we're going to take our morning break. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves. Please do not begin deliberating or have any discussion about the facts of the case or what's gone on in here. Thank you very much.
So to continue our conversation, Ivy Seamus, this teacher who decided to stay on at the school until her students graduated. Now she's in Washington, D.C. She's at a Jewish day school in the nation's capital. But what a tough thing for her to remember that day, and the day that she described as being a very happy day. It was Valentine's Day. People were in a good mood. They were talking about love over hate. And then that is when she said she heard the sound of gunfire.
And she described it as an ambush. She said she saw the barrel poke through the window that was not bulletproof.
We are on a 15-minute recess. It's 10:30. We'll be back in session at 10:45.
Right. She said that she said that there was no doubt in her mind. She was sure that it was gunfire, and that she was so proud of her students for not saying a word, for not moving. There was a fire alarm that was going off. There was a lot of chaos at the moment. There were wounded students, but they were all telling each other to be quiet and to stay put.
And she said they had never had a drill. The students were just reacting. One of the students said that she was doing something that her mother had told her to do. I don't know what that student's mother does, but stay close to the ground, stay out of the way, trying to preserve everybody's health and safety. She talked about the fact that they thought it was potentially over at one point, but then no, they heard gunshots again before they could be escorted out of the room. And she got, as did all the other witnesses, very emotional when she had to identify the two victims who died there. And as you mentioned, she called Helena my girl.
My girl.
And so that was, again, tough for her.
And she talked about the 4 students who she knew were injured, because when the SWAT team arrived and told everyone to get out of there, they asked for people who were injured to, perhaps raise their hands or to make some noise. So immediately she knew who was injured, but she did not immediately know who had died, because the law enforcement told them not to look down.
Right.
Hands up and get out of there.
And get out of there. And they were uncertain at that point if they had found who the shooter was, if there was still shooting that was going on. She mentioned during her testimony that they were learning a lesson that day about hate and about hate on campus. And here it turned out to be hate on their campus.
Awful. What a day of testimony so far. So far, we've heard from 23 witnesses from the state. As you know, the judge just said they are taking a 15-minute recess, and we will too, and we'll be right back as soon as court resumes. We are back from morning recess on day 3 of the sentencing of Nikolas Cruz, the confessed Parkland killer. I'm Janine Stanwood, along with David Weinstein, our legal expert. Thank you so much for joining us over the last few days. So far today, we've heard from 3 witnesses. 2 of them were students who were injured. We also heard from Ivy Seamus, who is a social studies teacher in room 1214 when the shooting happened.
Just horrible to hear her recount what happened in her classroom, what the students were going through, the ambush that she heard and saw as it was taking place, and then finally her use and identification of what they call in-life photos of two of her students who died that day.
Ivy Seamus said that she knew who was injured because as they were being escorted out of the classroom from the SWAT team, police asked the injured to at least make some sort of motion so they knew who they were looking for, who they could help. But she was also told to, as they left, look up. So she was not aware initially who the students who died were. And she said that she then, of course, learned that it was Helena Ramsey and Nick Dworet, and she called Helena my girl, and it was heartbreaking to hear that.
Yeah, and just terrible. But again, personalizing this for the jurors to hear and to see the anguish and the suffering, and to some extent to allow the impact of the loss of these victims to be felt by the jurors.
And as we know, some of the surveillance video was shown, and this was surveillance video that our own Christina Vasquez had the opportunity to view yesterday. As we know, some reporters were given the opportunity to view some of the evidence that was too grisly for the public to look at. Christina saw the surveillance video and was able to report back. I know you had an opportunity to talk to Christina.
Well, here comes the jury into the room. I spoke with her briefly yesterday, and she described what we all thought was being shown to these jurors, actually what was taking place as Cruz was marching through the hallway.
I think to see that, to witness that, for the jurors to see that, extremely impactful, something that we, the public, have not seen, and we won't. But it is something that some reporters were able to see and the jurors were able to see. And again, this is all part of the state's case to paint those aggravating factors because they are hoping for the death penalty.
And they've established quite a few of them through the 11 victims who they brought forth and through the surveillance footage.
The jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. State, go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you. Julietta Matlock.
This is the 24th witness that the state has brought forward. So far, over the last 2 days, we've heard from 11
of the victims who
11
survived.
of the people who were injured that day.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. You can be seated. And please speak into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Julietta Matlock, M-A-T-L-O-C-K.
Good morning, Ms. Matlock. How
Good
are
morning.
you? What do you do for a living?
I teach at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
Okay. How long have you been a teacher?
I've been a teacher since 2005.
And how long have you been a teacher at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
I think I'm going into my 12th year.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that date?
I do.
Okay. Where were you located physically as a teacher on that date?
I was in room 1215.
How long were you assigned classroom 1215?
I had been in room 1215 probably the last 5 or 6 years. Before that, I was on the 3rd floor in room 1257.
Okay. And do you remember who was in classroom? What teacher was in classroom 1214?
Miss Seamus.
Okay, and she was right next to you, right?
Correct.
Do you remember who was in your classroom in 1218 on the other side of you?
Miss Sinich.
Brittany Sinich?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, so let me take you to the fourth period on February the 14th, 2018, okay?
Yeah.
So tell us what you remember happening, please.
Well, it was fourth period, of course. It was Valentine's Day. That I had personalization, which is study hall. I had a big group, and I would often.
When you say a big group, how many students would you say?
Normally it would be 24 to 25. I think if I'm not mistaken, I had 28, 29. And then I would also have students coming from other personalization classes into my class to share time with me or help me grade papers with the permission of other teachers. That group was very friendly with each other. It became like they had their own little family amongst themselves, if you want to say, sharing snacks, talking, grading papers with me. And on that particular day, there was like 12 of them, 12 students around my desk that day, one student behind me, some were out on passes. But it was a group, like I said, that it was very friendly with each other, and they would do their work and laugh, and it's just a good group of kids.
Okay. So what happened?
Kids were working together. Like I said, I had kids around my desk, like 12 kids around my desk. Some were out. It was my desk. When you walk into my classroom, you go to the left, and there's a little small space, and then there's a closet or a cabinet, if you want to call it. And then my desk was catty corner to where there's like a built-in desk in the back where there's a printer and everything. So my desk was catty corner to the door. You couldn't see the door from where my desk was. So it was almost at the end of the day, and
Before you continue,
Yes.
let me show you State's Exhibit 3Y and ask you if you can identify that.
That's my classroom.
Is that your class? Does that accurately depict your classroom as it existed on February the 14th, 2018?
Mm-hmm.
Does it accurately depict where your desk was and where the door is?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 3Y, please.
Is there any objection?
No objection to 3Y.
States Exhibit 3Y for identification will be received as States 57.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Ms. Matlock, I want to show you State's Exhibit 57. Good. All right, can you see that okay?
Yes.
All right, there's something will come up that you can telestrate or see the colors?
Yes.
Okay, so can you put an X where your desk was? Okay, and obviously the door.
Do you want me to put an X on the door?
Yeah, you can put an X on the door, that's okay. And that's the window in the door, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so go ahead. Tell us what happened.
So it was towards the end of the day, and I heard like 3 loud bangs, and I stood up, and I don't even remember part of saying to get down, but I was told by students, I said, how did you know to just run so quickly to my side of the room? And they said, I told them to do that. But part of my memory doesn't even I know I said, to get down, but part of me doesn't remember saying all that I said. Okay. So they got down. I stood up, pushed my chair back, and the students got up underneath my desk and all the way as far as they could in the corner and up against where the closet was towards the desk. And then I walked to that little piece of the wall that was by the closet, in between the closet and the door, and I stood there by that door. Thinking that it was the drill that they had told us that we would be having, since we had a training in the auditorium in January, and they said there would be a drill forthcoming of an active shooter or a code red, some type of code red drill. Okay. I thought it was that drill. I said, this is it. They're trying to catch us off guard. And what day then? Valentine's Day. So I stood by the door in that little piece of space that was there, and the kids were nervous, of course, and I was telling them to be calm, that it's okay, it's just a drill, that it's going to all be fine. And then the sounds just kept coming and kept coming, and I moved towards the front of the door, and when I was in front of the door, the glass fell out on my feet, and all I could think of, and I didn't have a phone with me, I always kept my...
When you say the glass fell out, you talking about the glass in the door?
Yeah, the glass in the door. I was standing in front of that door when the glass fell in front of on my feet, and I remember I walked towards the student's desk, and I was still in front of the door. I walked in front of the student's desk, and I looked at the students hiding behind my desk and in that corner, and I told them, I said, oh boy, now this is really bad. Whoever's conducting this drill, somebody could have gotten hurt through the glass. And then I walked back towards the students, and I told them, it's okay, just relax. I kept thinking that it was a drill.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then after that, I went, there was a student that was standing next to me that he didn't want to leave my side, and he was there for the whole entire moment until SWAT came in, but he didn't want to leave my side. I started, when I was standing in that little piece by the door, looking out at the windows, because my windows were towards the 700 building. So I was looking out.
The windows you're talking about in the...
They're like on the south side.
Looking south. Okay.
Yes. So they're looking south. So I was looking out through the windows. And I don't know where, if the adrenaline or what it was. I was looking, and I remember on top of the window, there was like a blue light on top of the window. And then my senses started coming in, and I started smelling, like when you light a match, like the smell of, I guess it's sulfur. I started smelling that. And then I looked at a student desk, and I saw like some debris, and I thought, well, that's weird that would be there like that. And then I kept addressing the kids that it would be okay, that it's a drill, and it kept coming in and out of my mind. Is it a drill? Is it not a drill? Is it a drill? Is it not a drill? And then I stayed with the kids until what seemed like forever, and you could hear what were gunshots, but we thought it was...
How many gunshots did you hear?
Oh, there was a lot. I couldn't even tell you.
From
I don't know.
your classroom, were you able to tell where they were coming from?
They were coming from the hallway and from from the room next to me.
Okay.
And then we heard screaming next door.
Okay. And did those gunshots dissipate? Did you ever hear them above you?
You could still hear things, but it was a little less, that you couldn't hear them as loud.
Okay. So prior to this happening, did anyone ask permission to leave your classroom?
They did.
Okay. Who asked permission to leave your classroom?
Martin and Luke.
Luke Hoyer. Martin, Luke. Is it
Martin Duque and Luke Hoyer asked to go out on a pass to the media center.
Okay. And where's the media center?
The media center is over by the main 100 building.
Okay.
It's in the 200 building, but it's on the other side.
Did you give them a pass?
I did.
Okay. And did they leave?
They did.
Okay, let me show you State's Exhibit marked 24B for identification. And ask you, can you identify who's in that photograph?
I can.
Who's in that photograph?
In the black hoodie, it's Luke Hoyer, and in the red sweater, it's Martin Duque.
Okay. All right. And you know where they are in this photograph?
They're walking, it looks like they're walking out by the drama building, coming this way towards the 1200 building.
Away from the media center?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce 24B.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
States Exhibit 24B for identification will be received without objection as States 58.
Okay, could you just describe, you said the one in the kind of red is
Martin,
Duque Aquino.
Yes.
And the gentleman, the boy in the black is
Lucoya.
Okay. All right, so did anyone else leave your classroom?
Yes. Anna Martin, Sophia Delia went up to the second floor to Miss Bergens to take a test. Gina Montato asked to go to the little alcove that was in front of my room to do some kind of project that she said she had to speak into it was a speaking portion of it that she wanted to speak into her laptop, into her computer. I asked her if she wanted to go to the media center. She did not. I asked her if she wanted to go to a different teacher's room. She did not. She wanted to sit right there by the classroom, and when she was done, she would come back inside.
Okay. And
I also had Charles Cahill, who had gone to the media center but had come back.
Okay. When Gina left to work on her computer outside your classroom, remember how long before the shooting started did she ask permission to do that?
It was probably about 1:30, 1:40.
Okay. Let me show you now. State's Exhibit marked 3T for identification. Miss Matlock, and ask if you can identify what that depicts.
Okay, that's my room.
And is that your room in 1214?
Yes.
Okay. And does that photograph truly and accurately depict the doorways, how they existed on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
And there's a little partition between your two classrooms, right?
Yes.
And that's accurately depicted in this photograph?
Yes, that's
Okay.
the little alcoves.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 3T.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am, please. Mr. Sessom, may I see the photo? Oh, absolutely. Sure.
Matlock. She was a teacher who was conducting sort of this free period in room 1215. It was a study hall, and she said that the classroom was really like a family. A lot of kids were in there. It was a time that they were doing their homework, grading papers with her, and initially she described hearing the sounds of gunfire and thinking it was a drill.
And we've heard that from a couple of witnesses now. They hadn't had training. I think one of the other teachers talked about the fact that they'd been talking about planning it. You don't want to give any advance notice. You want to see how people react. And so they all thought it was a drill. And quite frankly, she thought it was a drill right up to the point even when the glass was broken in the window.
In fact, she thought, wow, they're really taking it far. This is something that somebody could get hurt. And she said that she apparently had the instinct, even though she did think it was a drill, to bring everybody to that corner where her desk was. A lot of students were hiding. She says she doesn't even remember ordering the students to do that, but later some of those students told her, yeah, you really reacted quickly.
Reacted off of instinct and to protect the students that are in that classroom, her family, as she referred to them.
She did, and she also said that at the time there were a couple of students, Martin Duque and Luke Hoyer, who had asked to go out. They had gotten a hall pass to go out, and Gina Montalto, and we heard this yesterday, was sitting outside. She had something that she wanted to do on her laptop, and she wanted some quiet. She didn't want to go somewhere else or to the library. She liked being right outside of that classroom.
Felt safe there, thought she'd be safe close to where this open classroom was, and just went out in the hallway to get some work done.
Is there audio from the courtroom? Sounds like there is not. There's still maybe a sidebar. She was asked, as standard procedure that we've been seeing, to sort of identify where that classroom was. These are all of those sort of foundational questions that are being asked. Where were you? Where is this in relation to this? And that's what she did.
Sets the picture again to show where these events occurred, how they took place, how it was in relation to the other classrooms, ingress and egress, making it more dangerous for certain people. They're arguing now at some point about an exhibit that they're trying to introduce much as the same as we've seen before, defense preserving their objection, having the discussion outside the presence of the jury, not having to excuse them to the jury room so that they can have this discussion.
And once again, it is why everybody is wearing these headphones instead of having to do the traditional sidebar and go up to the judge. That's why they're wearing these headphones, so that they can have these conversations in their seat, and that potentially saves time. According to our Christina Vasquez, who is in the courtroom right now, she says that she understands that there could be 6 more witnesses, 5 likely, more like 5 witnesses after this teacher, Julietta Matlock, which would make sense if those are the students, the rest of the students who were injured, because so far we've heard from 11 students.
Correct. And so with 5 or 6 more student witnesses, that would cover the other victims, the 17 of the attempted murder charges, and again going through the same process to establish how they were injured, what their injuries looked like, to show the callous, reckless disregard for the safety of the people around while Cruz was going through and shooting up these classrooms.
And again, for those of you who are joining us online, we do thank you for joining us. We do want to remind everyone that this is not a trial about guilt or innocence. This is a trial about life or death. And so this is the sentencing phase. What the state does is they present their aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt. The state says that there are 7, and then the defense will come back and say, well, these are the mitigating circumstances. And if the jury decides, and they have to be unanimous,
correct,
that one or the other, if they make their decision, they have to be unanimous. And if they decide that the aggravating factors outweigh anything else, then they can recommend death. Now, the judge can agree with that.
She can agree with that. She can override a recommendation of death and feel that although there were aggravating factors and mitigating circumstances outweighed it, disagree with it. And then she's ultimately the person who imposes the sentence, whether it's death or whether it's life. And
now, it can't go the other way around.
Correct. She can't overturn a life sentence and make it a death sentence and say, no, the jury decided this incorrectly due to changes in case law and in statute. That's the way the system operates here in Florida again. But, you know, as you pointed out, it has to be unanimous, and it has to be unanimous 17 different times. There's 17 victims here who they will be considering the death penalty for. They have to establish these aggravating factors. They have to outweigh the mitigating circumstances for each of the victims. So they're going to have to make this determination 17 different times and then provide that to the judge.
And as we know, the state laid out their case for why the crimes of Nikolas Cruz, for which he confessed, are particularly heinous and cruel and all of these aggravating factors. And right now they have been sort of painting the picture of what he did that day. Of course, they also will talk about what happened in the days leading up to it. But over the last 3 days that you and I have heard, this is day 3 of testimony, we have really been given an in-depth look at what happened that day, February 14th, 2018.
And for those of us who've been watching, it's the first time. Obviously, the victims and the survivors of what took place there have seen this all before. Both sides have seen all these pictures. It's not the first time that the defense has seen this evidence. The state's obligated to provide it to them in both the guilt phase and the death penalty phase here. So they've seen it before. They've been entitled to depose if they wanted to witnesses who are being called. So they're aware of what the state's case is going to look like. Looks like we're getting ready to go back.
Okay, over the defense objection, States Exhibit 3T for identification will be received as States 59.
And Ms. Matlock, now it states 59. I want to show you that. And I want you to, can you see that okay?
I can.
All right, and that shows your classroom at 1215 and Ms. Shamus' classroom 1214, right?
It does.
And that's the little partition I'm talking about in between, is that correct?
You are.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now I want to show you States Exhibit marked first 3X. 3X, you know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
Martin Duque.
Martin Duque Aquino.
Yes.
And 3W? Who is that?
Gina Montalto.
And 3V?
Lawyer.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce
State's Exhibit 3B, 3W, and 3X.
Is there any objection?
No.
Thank you.
States 3, V as in Victor, for identification will be received as States 60. States 3W will be received as States 61. And States 3X for identification will be received as States 62.
Your Honor, I have no further questions of Ms. Matlock.
Do you have any questions?
Then may I publish the photos after she leaves me?
Yes, sir. Thank you, ma'am. You're
Thank you.
excused.
So as our Christina Vasquez has reported, the photos that she's looking at, these are the photos of the 3 deceased students, Gina Montalto, Martin Duque, Luke Hoyer. These are in-life photos. These are not sort of grisly evidence photos. Nonetheless, very emotional for her because these are students that, in her own words, she said she loved. These students were like family.
And for her, one minute they were there and the next minute they were gone. And she was there when it happened. One of the photos that they objected to, which is what they spent this big sidebar on, must have fallen into that category that we've been discussing all day and for the last couple of days. These photos which depict rather, gruesome visual images of what's taking place. As Christina reminded me, the defense wanted a blanket ruling that I object to all of these on behalf of the defendant, and that, you'll just rule on it now.
State's Exhibit 62, Martin Duque, Aguiana. State's Exhibit 61, Gina Montalto. And State's Exhibit 60, Luke Hoyer. Thank you, Your Honor.
And these are photos of
These
the
are-
victims being presented into
Yes,
evidence.
whenever you're ready.
Sophia Diella.
And what I was saying is that the reason they keep doing this contemporaneously to it coming in is the judge wouldn't issue a blanket order. She wanted them to do it one at a time. And so while it may be more time-consuming every day, they have to raise their objection at the time the particular photo or piece of evidence is coming up for introduction, and then she'll hear the argument and she'll
And the
let
state
it in
is
or not.
doing this really to ensure that the witnesses are properly identifying those who were murdered and thus then can be entered as an aggravating factor.
Correct. And for some of this, these in-life photos that they're showing, which are not gruesome whatsoever, are for the purposes of showing the impact that the death of these victims have on the community and on their family.
This is now witness number 25. Once again, we just heard from Julietta Matlock, who is a teacher who was in room 1215. This is witness number 25, who's making her way into the courtroom.
Just remain standing to be sworn.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can go ahead and have a seat. If you would, please lean in and speak into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Sophia Delia, Delia.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Delia. How are you?
Morning. Okay.
Good. Do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go to school?
I'm going to be a transfer student at the University of Tennessee.
Okay. And do you go to high school somewhere here in Broward County?
Yes.
Where'd you go to high school?
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School.
And when did you graduate?
2021.
I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that date?
I do.
Okay. Fourth period, remember where you were?
Yes, I was in personalization with Miss Matlock, room 1215.
Okay. Tell us what happened during fourth period, please.
I walked into the class, and then shortly after, I had to go upstairs to the second floor with Miss Bergen to make up a test that I had missed previously. I went with my friend Anna. She had also missed the test.
Is that Anna Martins?
Yes.
Okay.
After we finished the test, we walked to the second floor bathroom because I was the only one unlocked. And we got stopped by a staff member who asked for our hall pass.
Okay.
And we showed it to him. It was fine. We went back down the opposite stairs, walked back to our class, and knocked on the door. And as we were waiting, we made small talk with Gina.
Okay, where was Gina? You talked about Gina Montalto?
Yes.
And was she in your class in 1215 too?
She was, but she was outside working on her computer.
Okay. And you spoke to her?
We made small talk. Hey.
Okay. What position was she in?
She was sitting down. I think maybe her legs were outstretched, and she was working on her laptop.
Okay. And that was where in reference to 1215's door?
I believe there's a little indent in the door, and she was sitting in that indent by the door.
Okay. And you had small talk with Gina, and then what happened?
And then we got let in the door. We took our seats, which were the closest ones to the door. I was in front of Anna, and she was right behind me. I noticed that Luke and Martin weren't in the class anymore.
When you say Luke, you talking about Luke Hoyer?
Yes.
And Martin Duque Aquiana? They
Yes.
weren't in the class? Okay.
I just assumed they had to go make something up. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door, and Anna went to go open the door. And right before she was able to do that, the gunshots started. And I don't remember, but I was sitting at my desk, and then I was underneath my teacher's desk. So I ran over there, the whole class ran over there, and we all hid. And then the gunshots kept going. The fire alarm went off. It kept going. It got a little bit distant, but it was still very, very loud. And then law enforcement came into the room, told us they were clearing our room, not to look around, that they didn't want us to see what was in the hallways. So I was looking down at the ground, and I stepped on class. And then when I got out the door of my classroom, that's when I saw the blood everywhere and 2 bodies, and then we ran out of the building.
Okay. And when Anna was going to answer the knock at the door, did you get a chance to see who was at the door?
No, I did not, but I later found out that it was Luke and Martin at the door.
Okay. Do you remember how close she got to the door?
I believe fairly close,
Okay.
but there just wasn't enough time.
Okay. And did you go to the same place where Anna went to, after you heard the shots?
Yeah, the whole class was by our teacher's desk.
All right. Thank you, Sophia. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Do you have any questions? No. All right, thank you, Miss. You're excused.
Thank you.
So once again, this is another witness who was there establishing what happened, who was there. This is Sophia Delia. She was in that study hall. She came back in when she heard the gunshots, and she said that there were 2 people outside who were trying to get in.
And they just couldn't make it in. But again, setting the stage for the cold calculating, the reckless disregard for human life, 2 of these aggravating factors, the evidence becomes cumulative. The jurors could rely on just one witness testimony. And we talked about this the other day. You don't have to call all 1,000 witnesses that were listed by the state, but there are certain important witnesses, certain witnesses that add a lot to the factual presentation that the state is making. And she was just one of those witnesses. And understanding that it was a short bit of testimony, but important to place those other people outside the classroom and trying to get back in to establish 2 of these aggravating factors.
We're hearing different perspectives from different people who are describing who was where. Gina Montalto was outside. Luke Hoyer and Martin Duque were trying to get inside. Now we have witness number 26. So let's watch.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. And if you would please speak into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Ronit Reoven, Ronit Reoven.
Would you, excuse me 1 second, would you spell your first name as well, please?
Ronit.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Reuben. How are you?
Good.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a high school teacher,
Okay. And how long have you been a teacher?
going on 23 years,
And where do you teach now?
Stoneman Douglas High School.
How long have you taught at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
This will be my 23rd year.
And what do you teach?
I teach AP Psychology and Honors Geography,
What's AP stand for?
Advanced Placement.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to fourth period. Where were you?
I was in the classroom teaching my class.
And what classroom were you in?
That would be room 1213.
Okay. And how long were you assigned to classroom 1213?
Since the building's inception, which I believe was 2009.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit marked number 3. And there's a little thing that's going to come up, and you can just circle to 1213 and where your desk was, please. Okay, and how about your desk? Where was your desk? Right there? Okay, all right, great, all right, thank you. And so it's fourth period, right?
Yes.
Okay, what happens?
So we begin class like any other class. We go over a couple things as far as what we're going to be talking about. I get the class started with the lesson. It's a lecture-based course, so it's mostly me in front of the class going over things, explaining things. I have things up on the board. We have demonstrations. I'm going through the lesson with them. Students are sitting and taking notes, asking questions when needed. And we go through the period as normal. I tend to kind of look at my notes and the clock every now and then to just gauge where I'm at with the lesson and the time. And I remember a little later into the period, I glanced up at the clock to see the time and how much more I wanted to cover and to think about where I felt was a good stopping point for that day. And it was 2:15. And I walked over to the podium to see, how far along I wanted to go in the notes. And I went back in front of the class, and I continued to, finish up with some other topics that we were talking about, which was a lesson on Sigmund Freud's theory of personality. And then moments later, you hear the gunshots. And there were multiple gunshots, and they were incredibly loud. Boom, 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 boom. And I froze for a moment, and the students jumped out of their seats. Of course, they were startled and scared, and they tried to scurry out of their desks, and they started to run in the opposite direction of the classroom door. And running in that direction, they were running towards the windows on the other side of the classroom. And I yelled at them. I said, no, not that way, not that way. Go to the other side, go to the other side. Get behind the desk, get behind the furniture, go the other way. So they went from one direction of running towards the windows, which I guess they did out of instinct. You run away from where there's danger. You run away from where you hear something scary. So they ran that way towards the windows, and I yelled at them to run the opposite direction. So they, hurried themselves off to the other side and jumped over the desks and my desk and around the podium and tried to get as close as they can behind my desk and whatever furniture I had by that opposite wall of the windows, which is the wall that is on the same, which is the wall where the classroom door, the side of the classroom door. And in doing that, they would be out of the line of vision.
Okay, away from the door.
Away. They'd be on the side of the door, but away from where they would be seen. We had a glass panel.
In the door?
Yes, there was a glass panel or glass window in the door. So if they were to be on the opposite side of the room, they'd be in clear vision. So I had them all run to the opposite side and hide as best as they could on that wall.
And then what happened?
And then the gunshots continued, and they got louder and louder. We were trying to keep each other quiet. The kids were on top of each other and hugging each other and holding each other, and we were trying to hush each other, shh, and calm. There was some whimpering and try to calm them down and keep each other quiet and calm as best as we could. And the shots got louder and louder, and then you hear the piercing sounds. You hear the piercing sounds of the fire alarm going off, and you feel the vibrations in your chest as the gunshots were getting closer and louder. You could feel the vibrations in your chest and in your body. And dust and debris fell from the ceilings, from the vibrations of the gunshots. It was like extremely loud, like in a tunnel because of the hallway. And then they got to the point where they were loud because the bullets had just shot through the glass of the door.
And then what did you do?
We just kept hushing each other and holding each other and keeping each other quiet and calm.
And did you hear, did the sound seem to dissipate, or what happened to the gunshots?
After a little bit of time, the gunshots started to get a little more faint. They seemed to be in the distance.
And do you know where they were coming from, or do you have any idea where they were coming from?
I didn't know exactly where they were coming from, but I knew it was in the hallway. I didn't know exactly where, but it was in the hallway.
Okay.
So they started, the gunshots sounded more distant, more faint, and when I noticed that it seemed a little further away, that's when I got up and I kind of peeked over my desk, around my desk, to see, what had happened and kind of assess the situation, because at that point I started to hear, the whimpering and the moans and groans from the kids that were shot.
And were kids shot in your room?
Yes.
Who was shot in your room?
Ben Wakander, Samantha Mayer, Madeline Wilford, and Carmen Shentrup.
Okay. And so what else did you do? Did you when you got up from your desk, Ms. Rioden, did you do anything?
When I first got up, when the gunshots were a little further away, I took my keys and I went over to the door and I felt it was a safe time, so I carefully opened the door just a little bit with my left hand and took the key in my right hand and kind of worked my little arm around to just unlock the door and closed the door, went back to where the kids were all huddled and hiding, dropped the keys down and looked again to see the kids, and it was confirmed to me that the moans and the groans and the crying were from the kids that were shot. And at that point, I knew that I had to try to do something to help the kids that were injured. So
Okay, and did you?
I did.
Who did you help?
Well, initially, Ben Wakanda was crying and begging for water. Please, please, I need water. Please, give me water. So I had my water bottle on my desk, and I gave him the rest of my water to drink from. The water bottle, he drank whatever was in there. And then I had another student that was beside me, Logan Mitchell, who was pretty much next to me the entire time. And he was beside me and helping me, kind of guiding me through, giving me that extra, yeah, it's okay to do, yeah, it's safe, da-da-da, I don't hear anything. He was kind of listening and also checking. And I had a baby blanket that I used to cover my coffee maker. I had a mini Keurig in the corner. So whenever I wasn't using the Keurig, I had a baby blanket that I covered it with when it wasn't in use. So I had a student that was hiding next to the Keurig throw the baby blanket over to me, and I used that baby blanket to make a tourniquet for Ben's arm because he was bleeding out. So I just made a makeshift tourniquet and I put it on his arm, made it on his arm. And then Logan was looking over Madeline
Wilford.
And I believe he got a denim jacket from another student and covered Maddie with a denim jacket. I saw Sam Mayer, that she looked pretty stable, looked like she was shot in the knee. So when I saw it looked like she was shot in the knee, I figured she was pretty stable. She's all right. I noticed Carmen beside Ben. I noticed Carmen beside Ben, and I went close to just kind of get a better gauge, and she wasn't moving, and she was just laying there. Just laying there still, and there was no response. She was just moving. She wasn't moving, and she was just laying there still, no response, face down, her head to the side, and hair just covered her face. And I knew that she was probably gone. And then I went over to Maddie, and I took a look at her, and it was hard to tell where exactly she was shot. I knew she had multiple gunshots, but I couldn't tell exactly where, but I wasn't clear as to where. So because I wasn't clear as to where the shots hit her, and I knew there were multiple ones, I was afraid to really move her because of the position that she was in. She was propped. She was kind of propped up between the outside of my desk and the podium. The podium was somewhat close to my desk and the outside of my desk. So she was kind of propped up in that position, right?
Exhibit 4F, do you recognize that?
That is.
Does this photograph truly and accurately depict?
That is correct. That's exactly it.
Is that the way she was positioned? And who was that?
That's Madeline Wilford.
And that's the position you were just describing?
Correct. And I couldn't tell where she was shot, so I left her like that because I was afraid if I moved her, it may have made it worse if I flattened her.
Okay.
So
Your Honor,
that was it.
State's Exhibit 4F.
4F. Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is once again procedure. This is a sidebar. This is a standard objection to
the admissibility
evidence.
of one of these pictures that's going to depict in rather gruesome detail one of the victims who was shot and killed in this poor woman's classroom. And again, the defense wanted to just have this blanket objection. We object to all of them. And the state argued that that wouldn't be appropriate because the judge has to evaluate each picture individually, and they have to raise their objection at the time the piece of evidence is sought to be introduced. So that's why instead of just one big objection at the beginning and potentially taking a little bit less time to go through it, they have to do it at the time that they intend to introduce the photo. Makes it a little bit longer day to day, but builds a better record for both the state as well as for any potential court of appeals who's going to look at this.
And the record, of course, showing what happened, who died, where they were. This is Ronit Riovan. She was in room 1213. She says that she was giving a lecture at about 12:15. She looks at the clock. She then decides to wrap up her lecture, and that's when she starts hearing the shots. And she really went into detail about the boom, boom, boom,
yep,
and the noise that she heard from inside of her classroom.
For identification will be received as states 63 in evidence.
And now I'm going to show you, Ms. Riovan, State's Exhibit 63, the photograph you just identified. That's the position you described as Madeline Wilford in?
That's correct.
Okay. And was Danielle Gilbert in your classroom?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And had you ever had an opportunity to watch her cell phone videos?
I have.
And is that you in it?
That is.
That was you, right? Going to the door?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So did the police come? How soon after?
Well, it seemed like forever, but I guess maybe 30, 40 minutes later.
Okay.
They arrived. After I did what I could with the injured.
Look, can I interrupt you for 1 second? You saw the video, Danielle Gilbert's video, right? Was that accurate as to when the police came? Because the police came, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, yes.
So whatever that video shows that's how quickly the police came, correctly?
Yes. Whatever time was on. Yes.
Okay. Okay, good. All right. So when the police came, what did they do?
So when the police, we heard the police arrive at the building, and you could hear them start going through the hallways and calling all kinds of code numbers and whatnot, going through the classrooms. And I went over to the door and tried to get their attention as soon as I could get them to our classroom because we were hit. And I went over to the broken glass in the window, or the broken window, and just tried to get their attention with me, calling for help, psst, psst, help, help, come here, come here. And moments later they came and, opened the door for them, and they hurried in and they started to, shout, how many down? Who's down? How many down? And how many injured? And the kids just shouted out answers, and of course then they saw, and they started to take out the injured students first.
Okay. And let me show you State's Exhibit 4B for identification and ask you, who is this?
That's Carmen Shentrup.
I'd like to offer 4B, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
Without objection, States Exhibit 4B for identification will be received as States 64.
I have no further questions of Ms. Rioven, Your Honor, just permission to publish when she leaves the stand.
Friends, any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
So this was, once again, Ronit Rioven. She was a teacher in room 1213. And David, you and I were talking about this. This is really sort of coming full circle because she's witness number 26. The second witness on the stand was a student in that class. She was the one who took the videos that we heard from that first day.
Her first reaction was to start her camera and start taking videos. And you heard the prosecutor ask, do you see yourself in these videos? He's now publishing the photos that were introduced without having to have this witness sit through some of the photographs that are being shown, one of which was objected to.
And what was just remarkable about this was we were listening to this teacher not only talk about what she heard.
Mayor?
Let's listen.
Calling another witness now.
Okay. But that teacher also talking about rendering aid. She gave student water. She used a blanket as a tourniquet for one of the injured students. 3 injured students, 1 who died, Carmen Shentrup.
And she also hit on 4 of the biggest aggravating factors during her testimony: great risk of death, hinder or disruption of the school function, heinous, atrocious, and cruel, and cold, calculated, and premeditated. Each time she described what was taking place, it was strengthening the state's presentation of this aggravating factor, those 4 aggravating factors, as to the victims who were in that classroom.
The way she described hearing those gunshots, she said, you feel the vibrations in your chest and in your body. And now we are on to witness number 27.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and have a seat. And if you would please lean into the microphone when you're speaking and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Samantha Mayor, Mayor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Mayor. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. So, do you go to school?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
I go to Indiana University.
Okay, and what year are you in?
I'm going into my senior year.
And where did you go to high school?
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
And when did you graduate? Well, everybody knows when they graduate.
2019.
Okay. All right. I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, 2018. You remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. I want to call your attention specifically to 4th period. Where were you?
Miss Rioven's classroom.
Okay. And do you remember what classroom that was?
I believe it was 1214.
Okay. The lady that just left, that was your teacher, Miss Rioven?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Would 1213 be more accurate?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So tell us what happened during 4th period.
I was in my 4th period classroom and we were learning some sort of psychology lesson, and I was sitting in my desk, which was about the middle of the room, and during the middle of the lesson, we started to hear gunshots.
Okay.
And I didn't really know what was happening. I didn't know where they were coming from or anything. And everyone kind of looked around and then got out of their seats and started going to the corner of the classroom that was on the door, away from the windows. And we were all sitting on the floor, and I wasn't on the side with the door. I was on the ball that touched both the window and the door ball. And we heard gunshots, and then the gunshots started going into our classroom, and I remember closing my eyes and not looking and still not knowing what was going on. And then they stopped, and my classmates started screaming and moaning, the ones who were hurt. And then I realized that I couldn't really move my leg, and I didn't know why. Ben was kind of falling on me, so I couldn't tell if that was why it was hurting. And then
was that Benjamin Wickander?
Yes.
Okay.
And I knew that he was in a lot of pain, and I asked someone next to me why my knee was hurting. I couldn't really tell, and then they let me know that I had been shot in the knee. And then I heard someone on the phone with 911, and they then said that I had also been shot. And I remember Miss Rioven taking clothes or anything that she could find and coming over and helping to wrap people's wounds. And then I remember someone knocking on the door and trying to get into the door. And that's when I started saying, don't open it, don't, because I couldn't see anything.
Right.
So I was saying, don't open it. I was terrified for who was going to be let in. And then it was police officers who were letting us out. And I got lifted up, or at first I didn't really understand why they were helping me still. I was very, very upset that they weren't helping someone next to me. And
Did you get carried out?
yeah, I got carried out. Yeah.
Okay. Where did you go to the hospital because of your knee?
Yeah, I went to the hospital, and I went in obviously the ambulance to get there.
Okay. And what was wrong with your knee? I mean, I know you got shot, but what happened? Did it?
I believe that it shattered my kneecap.
Okay. And did you have surgery?
Yes.
And do you have any after effects from that?
Yeah.
What are some of the things?
Well, sometimes I overcompensate on one side because I'm still nervous because my left side was injured, so I kind of overcompensate with my right side. Sometimes I feel a lot of pain in it, a lot of soreness. And sometimes when I work out too much or do things that I used to do just fine, it hurts.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 4D. And do you recognize who's in that photograph? Who is
Yes,
that?
that's me.
And does that show where your injury to your knee was?
Yes.
Okay. Is this accurate, truly and accurately depict the injury to your knee that happened on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to call for this, please.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
Okay, without objection, State's Exhibit
Yes, ma'am.
4D for identification will be received as State's 65.
Okay. Your Honor, thank you. I have no further questions of
That's any
Ms. Mayor.
questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
You're excused.
So that was Samantha Mayer. She was dovetailing off what the teacher had just said. She was in room 1213 when she heard the shots. She says she herself was shot in the knee, and even now, to this day, she still has issues. She still has some pain in the knee. She was, in Miss Rioven's class, and she said that she witnessed Miss Rioven helping other students, really sort of acting almost as a first responder after these shots were fired.
And again, adding to the factual presentation. and providing evidence of another aggravating factor. She talked about the lingering effect she has from this. She described the scene as it was going on in the classroom, the other students who were in there with her.
This is day 3, but on day 1, we saw some of what happened in that classroom because Danielle Gilbert, that student, had that instinct to take those videos, and that's some of what the jury saw on day 1.
Right.
Now they're hearing the testimony and seeing evidence of the injuries from that day. Right now, this is witness number 28. We believe this is another student. As we know from the testimony, there were 3 injured students in that class. Ben, Madeline, and Sam. Carmen Shentrup had died.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and sit down and put your hand down. Put your hand down and sit down. If you would please lean into the microphone when you're speaking and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Madeline Wilford, Wilford.
Good morning, Ms. Wilford. How are you?
Good.
Good. Are you going to school?
I am.
Where do you go to school?
Southern Utah University. I'll be a junior this upcoming year.
Okay. Where did you go to high school?
Stoneman Douglas.
And did you graduate from Stoneman Douglas?
Yes.
What year did you graduate?
2019.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
I'd like to call your attention specifically to the 4th period of that day. Were you in school?
Yes.
And where were you during 4th period?
I was in AP Psychology.
With Ms. Riovan?
Correct.
And was that classroom 1213?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell us what happened?
We were just going about class like normal, and we heard shots. It took us a second to realize what was happening, but when they were fired off again is when we started to move and hide. I was stuck between the teacher's desk and her podium, and then I was just hiding until I felt myself get hit. I didn't know how many times. I just knew I was hit, and I tried looking behind me to see if anyone could help me, but all I saw was blood on the floor. So I just kind of turned around, and when the fire alarm went off, I also thought that hopefully, like, they knew what was going on and so that they were coming soon, but I ended up passing out.
Okay.
And then
What's the next thing you remember after you passed out?
I was in and out of consciousness until I fully woke up that Thursday night, Friday morning.
Okay.
So,
And so, do you know what happened to you?
yes.
What happened to you?
I was shot 4 times in my right arm, my right lung, some of my ribs on my right side, and I had surgery on my abdomen.
Okay. And how many surgeries have you had?
3.
3. Are there any after effects from your surgeries?
Thankfully, I had a great orthopedic surgeon, so I'm able to use my hand, but I still do have trouble breathing with my lung.
Okay. Okay. And you passed out. You don't remember how you got out of the classroom. Is that correct?
I briefly remember hearing the responders, but I mean, I didn't really and I remember being in the ambulance, but I don't remember much.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Wilford. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Do you have any questions? Thank you, Mr. X, please.
Logan Mitchell?
So they're moving along with these witnesses. This is Madeline Wilford. She was one of the injured students who was in Miss Riovan's classroom number 1213. She was hit multiple times, she says, and still has after effects, still has issues breathing because one of the gunshots was close to her lung.
And passed out and didn't remember very much. Snippets of how she got to the hospital, said she doesn't remember waking up until the next day. Had to go through 3 different surgeries. Again, shows just the reckless disregard for human life, the impact that this has had on these victims, more aggravating factors continuing to be built by the prosecution as they go through these witnesses. She was the 13th victim that we've heard from over the course of the last 3 days.
And in this classroom, as we know, there were 3 students who were injured. There was one classmate who died named Carmen. So this may be Ben. This may be the 3rd victim who was injured in that classroom in room 1213 that day. So let's listen.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can go ahead and be seated. Please speak into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name.
Logan Mitchell, Mitchell.
Good morning. I guess it's good afternoon, Mr. Mitchell. Do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go to school?
Florida State University.
And what year are you in?
I will be a senior.
Where did you go to high school?
Stoneman Douglas.
And when did you graduate?
2019.
I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. You remember that day?
I do, yes.
I'd like to call your attention specifically to the 4th period. Were you in school on that day?
I was.
And where were you during 4th period?
I was in AP Psychology.
Okay, and that's Ms. Riova's classroom, 1213?
Yes.
Okay, could you please tell us what occurred on that day?
It was a pretty normal day. For the majority of the day, there was not much going on. There was a fire drill earlier in the day, and then at 4th period, around 2:20, we started hearing very loud noises coming from somewhere in the hallway.
When you say there was a fire drill, you mean earlier in the day?
Yeah, several periods earlier. It was 2nd period.
Okay. All right. So there were 2 fire drills that day?
Yes.
2 fire alarms?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
We heard very loud noises coming from somewhere in the hallway, and then Ms. Riovin told everyone to get up and move. A bunch of students initially went to the wrong side of the classroom, towards the windows, away from the hallway and the door, but she was able to signal for everyone to return back to the point where they couldn't be seen from the doorway, with the majority of the students being behind the desk. And then we waited there, and then the glass shattered, and as bullets were shot into the room, and several students were hit. And after bullets were shot into our room, Ms. Riovin got up to check on the door to make sure it was locked, and then check on Ben, one of the students in the room who was hit.
Was that Benjamin Wickander?
Yes. And then someone behind the desk told me to gave me a jacket and asked if I could bandage Maddie because she had stopped making noise.
And that was Madeline Wilford?
Yes. So I went to where she had fallen in front of the desk, and I wrapped the jacket around her arm and then held another piece of it against her abdomen and waited there until the cop showed up and pulled us out of the room.
All right. Did you see anyone else wounded?
Yes. So there was Carmen Shantrup, who was, she wasn't moving. She was just face down. And then there was Sam Mayer as well.
Okay. Let me show you. Did you take any kind of videos with your cell phone?
I did, yes.
Okay, let me show you State's Exhibit marked 4G for identification and ask you if you can identify this drive.
Yes, this is the flash drive from there.
And you've watched it?
I have, yes.
And does it accurately and truly depict the phone video that you took on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to play this video.
Is there any objection to the emission of this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So this is another witness and potentially new video that the state wants to enter into evidence, new cell phone video.
This is another student whose first reaction was to get out his cell phone and start videotaping what was going on around him. He described a number of people who were injured. his rush to give assistance to Madeline, who had just testified before, applying pressure to her abdomen. And then he also got out his cell phone and recorded what took place. They gave him a flash drive because they downloaded the video to the flash drive. He was asked the foundational questions by Michael Satz. Did you view what's on the flash drive? Does it accurately depict your video that you took that day? And now they're moving it into evidence. The defense is objecting. Same objection they've had throughout, that it is both cumulative,
But how can it be cumulative if we haven't seen this before?
Correct. So,
or is the argument that it's the same room where this happened because there was other cell phone video from that room that day?
Potentially not even other cell phone video. They're going to say his testimony. He just testified to what happened there. We don't need a video on top of what we heard him testify to. They're also going to argue that it's probably going to be very graphic as to what's going on, especially since it was recorded after the shooting took place. And as with every other piece of evidence they've tried to keep out, they're voicing their objection. Judge is going to review it. She's going to hear that they all looked at it, what it's containing, whether there may be sound on this one because it's a cell phone. So
well, and we did hear sound day one from another student who was also in that classroom, 1213. We were not able to see the video, but we certainly heard the audio, and it was very chilling. That was witness number 2, Danielle Gilbert, who also shot video. And this is just the defense doing what the defense does. Correct. This is not new stuff. This is them objecting. This is what they do to represent their client. And so now, as you can see, the defense and the state, they have their headphones on. They're having this discussion. This is the sidebar because there was that objection over the video. Correct. And now they're discussing.
Right, and the judge is going to rule. And again, the defense has seen this all before. They're not being told about it or learning about it for the first time. They've all had an opportunity to go over and review it. That's what they're basing their objection on. They're trying to convince a judge that it shouldn't come in at this point. She's going to do what she's done in the past, hear all of their arguments, hear the state's response, and then overrule the objection and allow this video to come in. They'll publish it. They may publish it with him there so that he can start it and stop it and sort of give a point of view perspective from where he was, what it is they were looking at. If there's audio, then we'll be able to hear what's going on, but we won't see the video until we hear about later on a report from one of the reporters in the media who's given access. They'll get to see that video later today, and they'll be able to tell us exactly what was on the video.
You know, what was interesting is that on that first day when we heard audio from those 2 cell phone video clips from witness number 2, Danielle Gilbert, that was very shocking audio, and it's almost surprising that it was allowed for the public to hear it if the thinking is, well, we don't want to show even just pictures of a gunshot wound on an arm, so we can not see that, but we can hear the audio. But this is all something that the judge had ruled previously. These are her judgment in what can be viewed by the audience.
Correct. Remember, Florida's an open courtroom. You know, everybody, if you wanted to, you could walk down to the courtroom and get access to the courtrooms.
G as in George.
All right, let's take a listen.
Identification will be admitted as states 66.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions of Mr. Mitchell. If there's no cross-examination, we can play it while he's...
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
So it looks like, Janine, what they're going to do is they're going to excuse the witness. They're going to play this video for the jurors. It remains to be seen if there's any audio. If there's audio, we'll hear it like we did on day 1 with that first cell phone video. If there's no audio, the jurors will be watching it, the prosecution and the defense will be watching it, we won't be watching it.
The state has really painted this picture over the last few days of what happened inside Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High and how the different classrooms related to each other.
And they've done a good job of weaving the stories of the different classrooms as the events happened, when they happened, to give these jurors a picture of just the chaos that was taking place in a number of different places within that building.
And so today we've learned from that one classroom, 1213, that we heard about on day one, we've now known more detail according to the evidence. The teacher who acted like a first responder applying a tourniquet to one of the students. Now we may be hearing audio from yet another video from a student. You can see these parents are bracing for it. There's Max Schachter, the Guttenbergs are there, Linda Schulman is there, the Dwaretts are there. And they heard the audio from the video from day one, and now they're bracing to hear more.
It looks like they're watching video on the monitors.
Maybe they are.
Thank you.
So no audio.
That's for this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for lunch. We're going to follow the same procedure that we did yesterday. I would ask that you please be back at 1:45 and meet the sheriff's office in the same way that you've done all of the other days this week. Again, 1:45, it's 12:15 now, 12:17 now, so that gives you an hour and a half. I hope that's enough to get in and out of security and all the way up to the 17th floor. If it isn't, the sheriff's office will let me know, and we'll adjust the time again tomorrow until we get, or not tomorrow, but Friday, until we get it down to the sufficient amount of time for you all. Please remember, do not discuss the case, do not begin deliberating, do not have any discussions of any sort about the facts of the case, about what's gone on in the courtroom while you are on recess. Other than that, I hope you enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you at 1:45. Thank you.
So unlike day one, the jury saw the video, saw the cell phone video that was shot by Logan Mitchell in room 1213, but there was no audio. At one point, you could see the defendant, Nikolas Cruz, as the video was presumably being played on those laptops, quickly looking away from it, looking down, looking at his notes, not engaging. There he is. You can see he's wearing a sweater, he's got his mask on, and pretty soon he'll be led away as court will be in recess until 1:45. But today, yet another day, David, where we...
We'll only be seated for the lawyer's information. I asked the jury to be back at 1:45 because in order to gather all 22 people and get them from point A to point B through two different screenings, security screenings, we're going to try to start at 2 o'clock. I've asked them to be back 15 minutes early so that we can get them through everything that they need to get through.
Okay,
So if
just
you all
some
can be ready to
procedural
start
stuff.
back at 2, that would be great. And other than that, we're in recess. Thank
So we
you.
likely won't see any court activity until 2 o'clock this afternoon. They want everybody to be back 1:45
or
at standard.
close to 2 o'clock, depending upon when everybody gets back in the courtroom, when they reassemble the jurors and they get them back in. Another day for the state to establish these aggravating factors, and they've done a very good job of establishing them through these witnesses, point by point by point, making an impact on the jury. We saw how emotional some of the witnesses were, describing what has happened to them, the lingering effects for some of these victims who survived, and hitting on really 4 of the main aggravating factors here, this reckless disregard for human life, how heinous, atrocious, and cruel it was, the way that the shooting took place, talking again about these lingering effects on them, disrupting the school function, and then the premeditation, because they described how he went around and went about the different classrooms to carry out his plan.
And the narrative started on day 1 from the state, talking about what happened in classroom 1213. That was day 1. We heard then about what people in classrooms 1214 and 1216, and then today it circled back to that 1213, to that sort of that classroom, that AP classroom where there were students who were injured, one student who was killed, and now we learned today Today, again, the state talking about bringing this one witness to the stand, this teacher who acted like a first responder, who applied first aid to some of her students.
Went through triage, applying tourniquets to people, making sure that they're comfortable, making sure that she can do the best she can for those who she hoped would survive through this whole deal, and really did a job above and beyond what we ask our teachers to do. Besides teaching our children, we're asking them to keep our children safe.
All going into the state's argument.
That what took place here is something that merits the imposition of the death penalty. And again, very effectively here on day 3, establishing these aggravating factors and weaving the facts and the way that they're telling the story so that the jury understands what's going on. Some of the scheduling had to do with availability of witnesses. Perhaps it would have been better to put the teacher on yesterday instead of today, but they've done an effective job, and they've called 13 of the 17 victims who survived now. So that leaves 4 more potentially that are going to take the stand today before they get to the additional evidence they're going to
possible
put
physical evidence from the medical examiner, or perhaps the weapon or the magazines.
Well, I would have to expect that they're going to show this weapon that was used, just show its sheer firepower, and then the planning and what he was doing. They'll introduce the magazines, they'll show the bullet casing. So we're going to hear from Broward Sheriff's Office personnel, crime scene people who collected all this, and then the medical examiner's testimony at some point is going to come in. They're also planning to take them out to view this building that's been preserved for 4 years since Valentine's Day of 2018. And then, you know, at the very end of it all, the victim impact statements.
Well, today was just another day where we heard just some powerful testimony from students and teachers. 29 witnesses so far called by the state. We are going to be watching every step of the way. Court is set to resume at 2 o'clock, and you're not going to miss a minute. We'll be right back. All right. Let's see. Good afternoon. It is day 3 of sentencing of Nikolas Cruz, the confessed Parkland shooter. I'm Janine Stanwood, along with our legal analyst, David Weinstein. This has been quite a morning. We've heard from teachers and students who were there that day.
And we expect to hear more of the same this afternoon. Again, setting the stage in the minds of the jurors for what actually took place on that day. We've all heard about it. Now they're hearing about it, seeing about it.
The testimony.
Let's take a listen. This is the defense.
Asked to give regarding the long-term effects of their injuries or the number of surgeries that they had. We are concerned that there might be an attempted murder victim testifying this afternoon that intends to show the jury the wounds. That is not relevant to put the crime in context or prove an aggravating factor. Mr. Cruz has pled to 34 counts, 17 of them attempted murder. So he has admitted to shooting them with his firearm. And even if this court found some relevance to whether they still have pains from it or how many surgeries, the probative value of that is far outweighed by the prejudice. There's really no, it doesn't go to prove any aggravating factor.
So you don't think the fact that somebody's shot in the stomach, the lung, and the leg, and can't walk is not probative of the aggravating factors for the other victims?
Well, Mr. Cruz has already pled guilty, so that has been established.
But the fact that what somebody else endured, for example, when the witnesses today testified that she was shot in the stomach, in the lung, and I think both of her legs, and you're arguing that that's not probative towards an aggravator?
No, I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is that would be what you just said. If that's what they testified to, where they were shot, that's fine. But then to go further into what they still feel today, sometimes I still have pain from it, or showing the jury their injuries. Those things are not probative to prove any aggravating factor. The aggravating factor is that it was a contemporaneous felony, which he has already pled to, and they have testified to in simply saying, I was shot with his firearm. So it's not relevant, it's not probative, and any prejudice far outweighs that.
Your Honor, I understand Ms. Curtis's argument. However, it's not just the aggravating factor that the jury has to consider. It's the weight. It's the weight that the jury will give to each of these aggravating factors. These were not graze wounds. These were gunshot wounds. And in the matter of Ms. Wilford, she was, as you correctly pointed out, Your Honor, she was shot 4 times. They were not graze wounds. And yes, she had long-term effects from those, not just injuries, but gunshot wounds. And so it goes to weight as to these aggravating factors. We don't have to just show that there is an aggravating factor. We have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And we have to show that there's weight, significant weight that's attached to it, because we are limited by statute as to how many aggravating factors, and in this case there are 7.
Ian, there's some feedback. Try again. Sorry, that's like a dog whistle or something.
Okay. We are limited by statute as to how many aggravating factors we can prove. There are 7 in this case. And after we prove those beyond a reasonable doubt, the jury has to attach weight. Not just look at how many aggravating factors there are in relation to how many mitigating circumstances that only have to be proven by the greater weight of the evidence. We have to prove ours beyond a reasonable doubt, and the jury has to weigh them. These are weighty. We are showing the weight that should be accorded these aggravating factors. And yes, it is relevant for the jury to know that these aren't just graze wounds. Some of these people escaped within an inch of their lives, Your Honor, and it is entirely relevant for those questions to be asked. And I would point out that the record will speak for itself, because there has not been an inordinate amount of questions or time devoted to that topic. The questions and the record will reflect that these witnesses have been put on, quickly asked questions, and gotten off the stand. We have not belabored any of these points. We're merely putting on these witnesses and going to their injuries and if they've had any long-term effects, to go to the weight of their injuries, the weight of the aggravators for the jury to consider. And there should be no restriction on the state's ability to bring out that evidence in a penalty phase proceeding where the whole ball game is about aggravation and what the defense can put on in mitigation.
Great. Is there anything else as far as this argument goes?
Judges, I would say that the fact that he pled guilty has already proven that aggravator, the other reasonable doubt.
That may be your point of view, but that doesn't, there's no, you can't determine the amount of evidence that the state can put on if it goes to a, if it's probative of an issue in the case. In other words, it might not be good for your side, but if the state wants to put it on, I don't know any rule that says there's a limit to how much probative evidence that they can set forth if it goes to a material issue that's going to be decided.
Well, Judge, there are cases that limit what can be presented in a sentencing phase only. Evidence necessary to familiarize the jury with the underlying facts and to prove an aggravator.
Because as far as I know, the witnesses that are testifying to the extent of their injuries in the indictment, they're charged not only with an attempted murder in the first degree, but that the discharge of the firearm inflicted great bodily harm.
Right.
So you're saying the case law says that they can put on evidence of the crime. Well, that's one of the elements of the particular crime as it relates to the particular victim.
Right, but given that Mr. Cruz has pled guilty and admitted to doing all of that, the prejudice outweighs the probative value in this particular case. It's not necessary to put the crime in context. And the proof of the aggravator has already been established.
Okay, respectfully, I disagree, and I'm going to deny your motion and eliminate as to that issue.
Okay. The other motion limit I have is regard to a witness that I believe the state may be calling more towards the end of the day. So if you want to save that one for the right before the break,
Sure.
or after the break, we could do that.
Sure. Like mid-afternoon, you mean?
The mid-afternoon break.
Okay,
yes,
that
ma'am.
would be good because the jurors are
Thank you.
already lined up. Mr. Sachs, as opposed to me telling you to call your next witness, I'm just going to have you call the next witness so that when you run out of witnesses for the morning or the afternoon, or then you can let me know, as opposed to me telling you to call your next witness and then you saying, we don't have any more for the day.
I'll be happy to do that. I just didn't want to be rude.
No, I know. Normally I say state, call your next witness,
Right.
but under these circumstances, because there's so many witnesses and you know how many you're calling and I don't.
I don't mind. I just
Okay.
didn't want to
No, it's not,
usurp the court's ability to say what's going to happen next.
not a problem at all.
Okay. I'm good.
Okay, let's bring in the jury, please. Thank you.
So briefly, the defense had an objection. They said, listen, we're hearing from these witnesses, from these victims. They're talking about the long-term effects. We don't need to hear all of that because just the fact that they were shot and that the defendant pleaded guilty, that's already an aggravating factor.
Correct. They want to prevent the state from asking these witnesses, as we heard from Ms. Wilford, what the extent of her continuing lingering pain and suffering is. The state's response is, we're entitled to do that because it's not just an aggravating factor, but it allows the jury to weigh just how great of an aggravator that factor is. And they're entitled to hear it. And as they pointed out, they limited the number of questions they were asking. They didn't dwell, they didn't linger on it. Judge agreed with them, and for purposes of the record, the defense has preserved their objection. And Court of Appeals will have to decide whether that was one that was worth sustaining or objecting.
And now we move forward to witness number 30 being called by the state.
We're going to get started with our afternoon session. State, go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you. Stacy Lapel, please.
raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. You can put your hand on and be seated, please. Please speak into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name.
Stacy Lippel, Lippel.
And your occupation, ma'am?
I'm a teacher.
And how long have you been a teacher?
16 years.
And where do you presently teach?
Stoneman Douglas High School.
And how long have you taught at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
10 years.
Okay. Where is Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
It's in Parkland.
And where? Where? Do you know the address?
5901 Pine Island Road.
Okay. And it's bordered by the Sawgrass and Homburg, right?
Correct.
And Coral Ridge Drive to the west.
Right.
Okay. So were you assigned to a particular classroom?
Yes, I was in room 1255.
So on Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018, you were in classroom 1255.
I was.
Prior to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018, how long have you been in that class? I almost said courtroom, that classroom.
That was my second year in that classroom.
Okay. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit marked 4I for identification. It's a diagram. And Mr. Bell, take a look at that and see if you recognize that as the third floor of the 1200 building.
I do.
Okay. And does it show your classroom?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 4I.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Without objection, State's Exhibit 4I for identification will be received as State's 67.
Okay, Ms. LaPel, I want to show you now State's Exhibit 67. Can you see if I can work this? Not bad. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And if you know how to work the...
I do.
Okay, cool. Could you mark where your classroom is? Okay. And do you know who Scott Beagle is?
I do.
Who is he?
He was a teacher whose classroom was right next to mine.
And could you draw with a different color maybe where his classroom was? And do you know who Ernest Rospirsky is?
I do.
And do you know who is he?
He's also a teacher at Stoneman Douglas High School.
Okay. Do you remember where his classroom was?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It was either 1249 or 1250.
Okay. All right. That's fine. Okay. Just take that off. Okay. So let me take you to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Fourth period. Would you please tell us what happened?
We were almost finished with our fourth period class. I was teaching creative writing, which is a mixed class, 9th through 12th graders. And around 2:20, I heard a popping sound, which was, to me, it sounded like it was coming from outside to the east of our building. It was kind of low and muted. In a kind of, my classroom, we had about 38 kids in the class, so there was a lot of noise, just talking and some music. And so the sound was muted, but it caused us to pause.
I forgot to ask you, what are you teaching?
English and creative writing.
Okay. Anything particular that you were teaching on this particular fourth period class?
We were writing love letters, or love to hate letters.
Okay. And your classroom, it's the second one, based on the diagram, from the east side on the north side of the hall. Am
Correct.
I describing that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so go ahead. You were
So we were busy. We heard a popping sound, caused us to pause, and didn't sound menacing really in any way, but just kind of caused us to sort of stop. But in my mind, I thought it could be firecrackers because
it was Valentine's Day, people had balloons and they could be popping. Or the first thought really that came to my mind was that something fell over, a computer cart with computers, and it just sounded like metal on metal. But again, very muted.
Mm-hmm. Do each classroom have computer carts? All the kids have computers now, right? So
right. Then most classrooms had their own computer cart.
Okay. So go ahead. What happens then?
After that, we resumed. Some kids were kind of quieted down a little bit. I think I heard popping sounds again. I don't quite remember because simultaneously the fire alarm went off. And the fire alarm in the 1200 building is piercing. And so that sort of superseded anything else that maybe we had heard before. So I grabbed my emergency folder and my phone, and I yelled over the noise and motioned for everybody to leave the classroom and meet up where we normally meet up.
And where do you normally meet for?
We'll usually meet in the by the fence on Holmberg Road, like inside the fence.
Okay.
We're all assigned to different spaces.
So when you go, when you leave for a fire drill, you go out the east stairwell?
Right, so every classroom goes a different route. In our classroom, we would go to the east.
East, because you're 2 classrooms from the stairwell, right?
Correct.
Okay. Was this the first time you heard the fire alarm that day?
No, we actually had a fire drill, I guess a planned drill, a second period that day.
Okay, so this is the second time you're hearing a fire
Right,
alarm.
and so also at that moment I thought maybe it was firecrackers, and that set off the fire alarm. To me it wasn't a drill because it was at the end of the school day and it didn't make any sense for them to have a drill at the end of the school day.
Okay.
So I figured it was either an alarm pull that maybe a student pulled or a prank or whatever it was.
Right.
But in any case, we evacuated because there was no reason not to evacuate. So I waited for every child to get out. Well, the hall sort of fills up very quickly, so our hall was filling up with students pretty quickly. And so I would say there was maybe a classroom full of kids in front of my class. So everybody got out. I was the last one out. And I made sure the door was locked behind me. They didn't lock automatically, but I just double checked that the door was locked. And I started walking behind my students. And so kind of like neck and neck with me was Scott Beagle. He was on one side, and then another teacher was on the other side. And I can't remember his name now. I'm sorry. So we start walking towards the stairwell, which is about 20 feet from my classroom. Maybe I walked about 2 feet, and I heard the screams before I heard anything else. So all of a sudden, I hear kids screaming, and then there was a log jam right before the stairwell. No one was moving. The crowd started moving backwards towards me. And so as that was happening, I heard gunshots. It wasn't really connecting that it was gunshots. It was just very, very loud. So I turned very quickly, walked straight to my classroom, unlocked the door, and then kind of simultaneously I locked it back in the position to make sure it was locked when I was able to close it. So I opened my door and kids started running. They were screaming, they were running. It was extremely loud, chaotic. Heard shots, the fire alarm was still going off, and everyone was just kind of running in a haphazard way.
Okay, and then what?
I got my door open. Students started just running into whatever classroom they could run into.
So students that weren't assigned to your class were also running into
Yes.
Okay.
So my door opened, so I was facing the east. And then I saw Scott right in front of me. His door opens the opposite way.
Is there anything between, you're on the north side, is there anything between your classrooms, like on the south side, there's a partition between?
No partition.
There's no partition like it exists?
Right.
No. Okay.
We're in an alcove together.
Right, so it's just flush doors, right?
Right.
Okay.
So after what seemed like a long time, but it really wasn't, I saw the shooter emerge from the stairwell. So I just sort of saw him walk, and my memory is that he was standing in front of the stairwell, sort of splaying the rifle back and forth. And it was just shot after shot after shot. It just never stopped. Kids were running. Kids kept coming into my classroom. My door was open, and there was a point where I don't remember why or when or how I decided to close my door, but I grabbed the handles of my door to pull it closed. And when I did that, I felt like a ping and like a heat brush against my arm. And as I'm doing that, I know I could see Scott from my peripheral, and so I yelled at him to close his door. And so as I'm closing my door, I'm just kind of hanging on to that handle really, really tight, hung on to it as it closed, waited there a couple of beats, and then I ran over to the corner where my students were hiding.
Okay. Did any students still outside your door, or did you get them all in?
I got them all in.
Okay. And what did you see about Scott? Did you, after you yelled, "Close your door, Scott"? Anything?
No idea.
How close did you get to the shooter?
He was about 20 feet from me, but moving in. He was
what did
walking towards me.
And what did the rifle, if you had a chance to look, what did the rifle look like?
It was long and black.
Okay. All right. So you go into your classroom and you run to where the kids are hiding, right?
Right.
So then what happens?
Soon as I got there, within seconds, I heard shots next door, very loud, in succession, and then immediately shots were fired through the glass panel of my door.
Okay.
Maybe 3 or 4.
Anybody hit in your classroom?
No.
Okay. Then what happened?
We were all adjacent to the door, so it was adjacent to the hallway, I should say, so out of the line of sight of the door. But the glass was shot out, and so I was kind of peering over, kind of waiting for his hand to come in and open the handle, because it could have been done very easily. So we were sort of backed up against the wall, and when I saw the glass shatter, I was just looking at the ground, and I saw bullet casings there. Then I looked around the room to see if anyone was hit in my room, and everyone was over by me.
Okay.
Then I heard shots go down the hallway, more than I can even count or tell you. But they started getting more faint and more faint as he was shooting down the hallway.
Okay. And then what?
It got quiet, and I don't know how much time passed, but I heard crying and screaming from the middle of the hallway, a young man's voice screaming, "Help me, help me." And, we couldn't open the door.
Right. Did you ever learn who that voice belonged to?
Anthony Borges.
Okay. Before you evacuated your class, how many students, Ms. Lapel, did you have in your class?
About 38.
Okay. And do you have any idea how many you had in your class?
Probably about 20.
Afterwards?
Right.
Okay. All right. Right now, I'm going to show you a video, and you tell me who these participants are, or these people are in this video, okay? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
So once again, pretty harrowing testimony from Stacy Lapel. She was in room 1255. She's an MSD teacher. She describes the moments hearing the gunfire. Initially, they evacuated, unlike some of the other teachers that we've heard from. And then she brought the students back inside, and that's when she heard more noises, more gunshots, and she says she saw the shooter walking towards her.
As she described it, they heard the fire alarm, they're evacuating, following protocol. They got up to the stairwell, and it was just an impasse, and then everybody heard something, started moving backwards. She tried to get the students in a room, had the door open to let as many of them in as she could, and that's when she described looking out into the hallway and seeing Cruz and describing his rifle as a long and black rifle. Shut the door, got shot as she was shutting the door.
She said she felt some sort of feeling in her shoulder, and then it was hot. It was a pang, and then it was hot. She still wasn't sure what was going on. And her classroom, keep in mind, was right next door to Scott Beagles, who you know is a teacher who lost his life that day.
And, she saw his door open as well.
And so they are watching video. Let's take a listen.
Just stop it for a second. And that yellow circle, who is that?
That's me.
Okay. Thank you. Stop it for a second. See the yellow circle now?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's Scott Beagle.
Okay. Okay. Do you know who Meadow Pollock was? Or-
Yes,
Who is she?
she was my student.
Okay, was she in your classroom during the fourth period of February the 14th, 2018?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to play the video for Meadow Pollock.
Okay.
This subject, please.
So we believe that the first video that they looked at was surveillance video that's already been entered into evidence. They were showing her an image with a yellow circle around it. She identified that first as herself, and then there was another image. That was Scott Beagle, the teacher next door.
And they were going through, the video of what she just testified to, the exit from her classroom, coming back into her classroom, trying to close her door, the classroom next door, where that victim was, have the door open, and that's, circled him in the doorway there. They're now looking at either another exhibit that they want to publish or another video that they're going to be publishing, and defense is raising their objection as to whether or not this witness can view and narrate what they're going to see in the next set of pictures.
She was asked if she knew who Meadow Pollock was, and she says, yes, she was my student. Meadow Pollock, one of the students who was a senior at the time, who was killed that day. And so, looks like maybe they're taking their...
No, they're just switching headsets.
They're just switching
Somebody's
headsets.
wasn't working.
Gotcha.
But it appears he referred to it as the Meadow Pollock video, so this must be surveillance video that captured what happened to her at the time of her death.
All of these teachers, again, today recounting what happened that afternoon. Once again, this is Stacy Lapel. She is a creative writing and an English teacher. We also heard earlier from Ronit Rayoven. She was an advanced placement teacher. She was describing her work, sort of doing triage to some of these students. We also heard earlier today from Julietta Matlock. She was a teacher in room 1215. That was study hall. And then, of course, earlier today, then we heard from Ivy Seamus. She was that social studies teacher who was teaching history of the Holocaust. All of these teachers describing what happened, and again, part of the state's arguments for these aggravating factors.
And then to the extent that they go on to talk about what they saw and what they felt and what they're feeling now, the state's position is that goes to the weight of what the jury is going to consider when they look at all these different aggravating factors.
And of course, there are statutory aggravating factors, and one is, disruption of a public event, which is school, or a public official, which
Correct.
in other words is a teacher.
Correct. And so that's what's taking place, during the narrative of what's going on. It certainly satisfies that aggravating factor. You heard the defense talk about, we'd stipulate to the aggravating factor that he's already pled guilty to the homicides, to the attempted murder charges. That may be what they want to do on behalf of their clients to minimize the effect of the testimony that's going to come in, but the state's still entitled to add additional facts and witnesses with regard to each of these aggravating factors. And that's what they're doing. That's what they've been doing and what they will continue to do throughout the next set of days and weeks as they lead up to this. They want to give the jurors enough evidence that they can consider and find these 7 aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt, and then enough weight to each of these factors that they find at least one, if not more, as to each of the 17 victims who were killed during the course of the shooting. And so that's why they keep introducing all this testimony.
And theoretically, we still could hear from more students who were injured because, as you remember, Nikolas Cruz pleaded guilty to 17 counts of attempted murder. And so we have heard from the majority of those victims who have been injured in some ways. The last couple of days, we've heard about gunshot wounds. We've heard about graze wounds. We've also heard from students who have talked about how their lives are still being affected by those wounds. And at one point, of course, as you know, the defense had an objection to that, saying, hey, this is too much. We already know that he shot them. He pleaded guilty to it, but the judge eventually sided with the state on that.
And now the technology that's been helping them and avoiding having to excuse the jury doesn't appear to be working. And so they may very well just excuse the jury and
so that they can have this sidebar conversation.
Technical difficulties. I'm going to ask you to just step out in this hallway, Charlene. Just keep them right here while we deal with sidebar in the old-fashioned way.
So the big question now is, when the jury's there and they've got those headsets on and they play the white noise, it's so that the jury doesn't hear what they're talking about. Now that they've excused the jury from the room, the question becomes whether she puts on the white noise so we don't hear what they're talking about, or whether we're going to hear the sidebar.
Mr. Secor, I'm going to ask that you make all of your objections now so that we don't have to keep stopping before each, because they're renewed objections, but a lot of the substance you're having to repeat, or you are repeating for each one. So if you can just make a general objection to each video as far as the 9403 and the cumulative, and then if you want to say the specific amount of times that you believe things are shown, why don't you go ahead and do that now for each video so that we don't have to keep breaking up every witness testimony.
Okay. Hang on just 1 second, please.
While we're waiting for him to get his place, so what she's asked him to...
I just want to agree that the state will allow these objections to constitute contemporaneous objections when they publish the individual
Well, then
videos.
all you have to say is over our continued objection, as stated on the record, and then we don't have to use these dreadful headphones and have all these issues, because they seem to be working less and less as the days go on.
We don't have to go sidebar for every time they want to object. They just put it on the record because that's what they're doing.
Right, that's what I mean, but
Right.
that's why I'm asking for you to place your objection on the record now while the jury's out, and then you can just renew your objection at the time the evidence is offered or published.
I understand, Judge, we just don't want to waive any issues that may arise down the road that we didn't make contemporaneous
I don't think
objection.
you'd be waiving it. In fact, I don't know of any law that says you have to repeat every single grounds that you've already stated in order to preserve your objection. I think you can just say over our renewed objection, and that's it. I don't think there's any law that says you have to repeat all of the same things every time. all of the same arguments every single time. If you are, I'm happy to review the law, but I think that what you're doing is plenty to preserve your objections. Dave, do you agree?
No, for this, I agree with what you said, but what Mr. Secor is doing, and I'm not, laying any blame on anybody or saying they shouldn't do it, but he's also doing anticipatory objections that may come true or may not come true.
I agree.
Because, we're not necessarily going to show Ms. Lapel everything that he says we're going to, or any other witness. So, we don't have any objection to what you said, but the objection should be for what's going on, not what may happen in the future. That's my only concern.
And I just want to, I understand Mr. Seth's concern, and I just want the court to understand that I'm not at all trying to expand my objection improperly. I've received from the state what they say are the videos that they intend to introduce, and I have no way to base my objection on anything other than that. So I understand the concern, but I'm just operating under what I have, which is the only thing that I can operate on.
But if your objection is that by publishing a certain clip of a video to a jury, they will have seen person A being shot and person B being shot multiple times when there's not been any video of person A and person B being shot, then you're essentially making an objection to evidence that's is not even evidence. So, and the state is saying they may not even show that evidence. And I'm using the example of person A and person B because
I understand. And the reason that I'm renewing the objection is because the cumulative character of the evidence only arises when it's offered. And so that's why I feel the need to put on the record the amount of times that these scenes are shown, because before a video is put before the jury, then the cumulative argument is not the same. It changes every time. And so I'm not trying to interfere with the state's presentation of their case. I'm simply trying to preserve the record accurately as best as I possibly can. So I'm not trying to, again, somehow impede the state's presentation of their case.
And Your Honor, the defense, we have no problem if the defense wants to make a continuing objection without raising the number of times that they believe, not that the state believes, that they believe a victim has been shot. If they want to add the numbers up, if the defendant is sentenced to death and there's a brief in the Florida Supreme Court, the defense will have plenty of time to tally up those numbers from the record on appeal and put it in their initial brief. There's no reason to do it here. They can have an objection that they've already made and just raise it again.
I do want to add also that they bring up the video of Ashley Baez as an objection to Meadow Pollock video. Ashley Baez is on the first floor. It has nothing to do with accumulating Meadow Pollock's video. These are separate victims, separate floors. And the defense brought up Coyer, Martin Duquet. Those are first floor victims. We're on the third floor now. There's no cumulative other than the timeline that was presented.
I guess the point that I'm trying to make is I've already denied the defense motion to eliminate, so I did say that you could go sidebar to preserve your objection, but what you're doing is you're repeating and continuing the objection, and it's taking, I don't think it's necessary. I've already denied the motion. The video is in evidence. So what's in evidence can be published to the jury. If you want to have a continuous objection, that's fine. You can state that on the record, but to go sidebar and have you make the argument over and over and over again, I just don't think it's necessary.
And believe me, I certainly don't enjoy making the argument over and over again. I just want to make clear the reason that I'm doing it is because the cumulative argument changes when a video is shown to the jury. That's the reason that
I understand what you're saying, but you're not just limiting it to that. You are making the entire argument over again, each and every time. And we have 17 videos. I don't need to hear all of the other arguments. You said you were simply going to go sidebar and tell me what you thought exactly was different and that what would be shown to the jury on multiple occasions, but we're going way beyond that.
Yeah, and my understanding was that the court wanted me to make all of my objections, so I was going to go through each of the videos, but I have it in a document, and I can submit it in writing if the court would prefer, and that way...
Didn't you already do that in your motion limiting?
No, the motion limiting did not actually have the descriptions in the way that I have them in this document. It had some brief descriptions that were non-specific because I didn't want to file them publicly, but for purposes of judicial economy, I can put these descriptions and the counts as the defense perceives them in a document, and I can simply reference that when the state wants to show a video, and Your Honor can rule based on that. And I think that would speed up the process. I think it preserves the issue. I just believe that I need to contemporaneously raise that briefly and have Your Honor rule on it before the video is shown.
And Your Honor, the state objects to the defense filing a pleading in writing as to their supposedly contemporaneous objections. It's not contemporaneous, but they're going to file an after-the-fact pleading that maybe you give them a week or 2 or 3 or 4 or 6 to put something together and do it after the fact. This is a proceeding that's going on now. They've made their objections. You've ruled on it, Your Honor. All they have to do is say, continuing objection. That's all that has to happen. This doesn't have to be dragged out. They don't have to do anything in writing to preserve their appellate arguments. It's preserved. I understand they don't want to object in public to every photograph that's coming in, but that's the procedure, Your Honor. If they want to preserve their arguments for appeal, just have them object. They don't have to count up how many times they believe that this court is making an error in allowing this in. There are 34 victims in this case with numerous injuries. Yes, there's going to be a lot of photographs, and there are videos. And we see the pandemonium on the 3rd floor. There's going to be videos of that. All they have to say is continuing objection.
I agree. For purposes of preserving your appellate rights, a continuing objection is sufficient. Okay? Is there anything else?
No, I wasn't asking for any time to put together anything for the court. I don't know why that came up. That's not what I was asking.
Okay, but the point is, I've already denied your motion in limiting. I have reviewed all of the videos previous to today and yesterday, and I have found them to be relevant and other things, among other things. So you can preserve your objection by simply saying over the defense renewed objection. But we don't need to go sidebar every time and rehash all of the specifics in order for you to preserve your objection for here, okay? Thank you.
Your Honor, we'll abide by the court's ruling, but it's the defense's opinion that we should be able to preserve the appellate record the way that we believe that we should be able to do it. We believe that the court is limiting our access to the record, but we will certainly abide by the court's ruling. We'd also like to remind the court that on 2 separate occasions we asked for a hearing outside of the presence of the jury so that we could hash through all of these issues and not interrupt testimony before every witness to have to go through all of this. So we will certainly do what you want us to do, but it's the defense's position that you are limiting our access to the record for the purposes of appeal.
Okay. Respectfully, I disagree. Let's bring the jury in, please. Thank you.
So this was almost sort of a housekeeping issue. There was an issue with those headsets, and so the jury was called out, and then that's when the judge basically said, hey, listen, this is taking a whole lot of time. Your objections, the defense's objections to every piece of video that's being entered.
And they have a right to object.
Sure.
They need to do it contemporaneously at the time that the piece of evidence is going to come in, or they haven't preserved their right. We've talked about that. They've talked about that the whole time.
They want to have a record of those objections.
Right. The judge is just trying to streamline it because it turns out that their objection is virtually the same each time they make the objection. They cite to a rule of evidence and say why they're objecting to it. and then the judge overrules their objection and allows it in. She just wants to put a process in place so that they will simply say, any objection, defense? And the defense will say, yes, we renew our continuing objection. And she'll say, fine, overruled, and then move on so they don't have to keep taking a break.
Present, everyone may be seated. Mr. Scott, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And all of this started after they spoke about evidence of Meadow Pollock.
Correct. They were going to play that video.
Hold it for a second. Who is that in the yellow circle?
We can't see nothing.
Oh, pardon?
We can't see anything on our screens. Now we can. Can you now? Can you see that?
Yes.
Can everybody see?
That's black.
Now it's gone again.
I went back, sorry.
Now we're good.
You okay now? Everybody's good? You see it, Ms. LaPel?
Yes.
Okay. And who's in the yellow circle?
That's Meadow Pollock.
Okay. And can you see who that yellow circle was?
Yes, that was Meadow Pollock.
Okay. Okay. Joaquin Oliver, do you know who he is?
Yes.
Was he in your class also?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like permission to publish this.
You may.
Seeing objection pursuant to DMIL 12 in the court's ruling regarding preservation.
Thank you.
Who's in the yellow circle?
That's Joaquin Oliver.
Okay, Ms. LaPelle, I want to show you State Exhibit 4. Z for identification. Can you tell me who that is?
That's Meadow Pollock.
And State's Exhibit 4J. Can you tell me who that is?
That's Scott Beagle.
And State's Exhibit 4K.
That's Joaquin Oliver.
And State's Exhibit X.
That's Chris Hickson.
And State's Exhibit Y.
That's Aaron Feiss.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer the evidence. State's Exhibits Z, 4J, 4K, X, and Y.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
Okay, states X for identification will be received as states 68. States Y for identification will be received as states 69. States Z as in zebra for identification will be received as states 70. States 4J as in John will be received as states 71. And states 4K will be received as states 72.
Your Honor, may I publish these photos, please?
You may.
And this is State's Exhibit, sorry, Mr. LaPelle, State's Exhibit 70. That is,
The picture is really, I mean, I know who it is, but it's hard to see the picture. Yeah. That's Meadow Pollock.
okay. And State's Exhibit 71.
Scott Beagle.
State's Exhibit 72.
Joaquin Oliver.
State's Exhibit 68.
Chris Hickson.
And State's Exhibit 69.
Aaron Feiss.
Okay, I'd like to play for you Christopher Hickson to the Court Commission.
The surveillance
Video, yeah.
video.
New objection pursuant to DMIL 12 and the court's ruling regarding preservation.
Okay. Over the defense objection, you may publish.
All right, I'm just, Your Honor, with the Court Commission, play the beginning and then have the witness excused if there's no, after cross-examination.
Sure.
We're not going to have any questions, so whatever you want to
Okay,
do.
so can we start it and then Ms. LaPelle can leave and,
Sure.
okay.
Do you know who that is?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's Chris Hickson.
Okay. Can we pause it there, please? Ms. Lapel, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can skip down.
So that was Stacy Lapel. They are excusing her for right now, and she watched, and what was entered into evidence was more video. And you could see in her face she was looking intently at it, but then she was looking away at times.
Which is why they're letting her leave now. They took her up to a point where she identified somebody who was in the video, and then they're going to play the rest of the video for the jurors so they can see just what happened as the shots were fired.
And they needed her, once again, this is all what the state needs to do. She needs to properly identify those who were killed and those who were wounded. That's all part of the record.
Correct. It now appears that they're showing the video to the jurors. Defense is watching, not the defendant. State watching as well.
And there was one point where the camera panned to those who were in the audience. Those are Scott Beagle's parents, the Dwarettes behind them. And at one point you could see some of the family members. You could see Max Schachter, even though his son was not involved in this particular piece of video, shaking his head because they know that what she was looking at was surveillance video of the gunman just absolutely unleashing terror on this school.
And they're powerful images, and the state has every right to show them to these jurors to establish the aggravating factors. We saw a little bit of now the streamlined procedure for the defense to object so they don't have to continually keep going to a sidebar. They renew their objection pursuant to a particular motion in limine that they filed, then the judge has overruled that objection, and then they're just raising it again so that the record is clear. They've made an objection to it at the time it's being published.
And that is standard for them to object, and they want to make sure that those are objections that are in the record for any appeal.
Correct.
Fred Guttenberg has been in the courtroom every day. At one point, you could see his wife looking at the ceiling, also just extremely sad, extremely uncomfortable as these videos were being shown. They don't see them. The gallery doesn't see the videos, but they could only imagine.
They know what's being shown. And, you know, we'll all find out later, once they let the press have access to it, exactly what was in those videos, what was in those pictures. The pictures that they don't object to and the pictures that he throws up on the screen there are those in-life pictures of the victims who have passed, and again establishes who they are for this jury to attach a face to the names that they keep hearing about.
And that's from reporting from our own Christina Vasquez, who is in the courtroom, and what she tells us is once the court is done for the day, they allow a certain number of reporters to witness some of the pictures and the video. They can take notes. They cannot take video, so that they can report back. So Christina saw what was shown yesterday, and you're absolutely right. Some of the photos were those in-life photos of students. For example, Alex Schachter was in his band uniform. A picture that we've seen of him many times.
Mm-hmm. And again, they talked about it yesterday. The length of the surveillance video is about 15 minutes long. And so they're playing snippets now. They've zeroed in on particular victims and particular locations. And they're playing it again contemporaneously with a witness who testified about what took place at a particular location, what was going on in that classroom.
Still building that narrative for the state about what happened. Some of the victims in this video, Meadow Pollock, Joaquin Oliver, Scott Beagle, Chris Hickson, and Aaron Feiss. And during most of the time that this video is shown, the defendant, the shooter, Cruz, down with his head in his hands. And for those of you who are just joining us, the jurors each have their own screens, so they're able to watch along with everyone else on their own individualized screens so that they can really hone in on this video.
And keep in mind, once it's been admitted in evidence, depending upon what the procedure and protocol the judge is going to employ, if they want to see the evidence while they're deliberating, they'll figure out a way to let them see the evidence while they're deliberating.
Your Honor, next witness.
Okay, go ahead.
Veronica Steele.
Well, the silence on that was just deafening, and that was the surveillance video that the jury was just seeing, presumably of Nikolas Cruz on his rampage inside the school. Now the next witness is being called. This is state's witness number 31.
And while we couldn't see the jurors looking at it, you could tell from the way that the members of the defense team and the prosecution were watching it, intense action taking place on the video, and you have to imagine that the jurors are as intense in their observation of this video as were the people who'd seen it before.
Correct.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can go ahead and have a seat. Please speak into the microphone, state your full name, and spell your last name for the record.
Veronica Steele, Steel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Steele. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Do you go to school?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
Florida Gulf Coast University.
And what year are you in?
My sophomore year.
Sophomore year?
Yes.
Where did you go to high school?
Douglas.
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School? When did you graduate?
2021.
I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, 2018. Remember that day?
Yes.
During fourth period, do you remember where you were?
Yes.
Where were you?
The third floor of the freshman building.
And what classroom were you in?
1257.
And whose classroom was that?
Mr. Beagle's class.
Scott Beagle?
Yes.
And what was Mr. Beagle teaching?
He was teaching government.
Government?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember approximately how many students were in the class?
I believe around 18 to 20.
Okay. And did anything happen during that fourth period?
Yes.
What happened?
The fire alarm went off while we were doing some review for one of our exams.
Could you just lean in a little bit more
Yes.
to the microphone, please?
We were doing a review for some of our exams that we were going to do. And the fire alarm had gone off. And Mr. Beagle told us to start packing up all of our things and to start heading down the stairwell. We flooded into the stairwell.
And you were going to go down the closest stairwell?
Yes, and
The
it
east
was
stairwell.
directly to our left.
Okay, the east stairwell, right?
Yes.
Okay.
When we left the classroom, the hallway was flooded with a lot of other kids from the other classrooms. So it was very packed. And before we were heading down the stairwell, it was like a rush of students that pushed back. And everyone got pushed back onto the walls and just a whole mess.
At that time, where were you?
I was directly outside of the classroom, in between the two rooms that were right next to each other was Beagle's class and Miss Lapel's class.
Okay.
So I was pushed in between right where that wall was. And then when we all got pushed back, it was just a whole sort of emotions. We didn't know what was happening or why, we all just stopped and everything. And all of a sudden, a ton of kids started pushing backwards and running to the other side of the hallway. And you can imagine just our emotions and everything. It was just all over the place. We didn't know what was happening or anything. And there was a teacher in the hallway that was yelling at everyone to stop running and to just calm down. But when more kids started running, we heard 7 shots go off in the hallway. And it echoed from the stairwell into the hallway. And from there, I almost got pushed into Lapel's class, but I pushed my way out and went back into Beagle's class. and ran with my classmates, and we ran in front of the desk and threw ourselves on the floor and had our backpacks shielding us. We didn't know if it was a drill or not, but we just wanted to like be safe because we were panicking and we didn't know what exactly was happening. So 7 shots going off that we heard, and then it just all went quiet, and everyone from the hallway just disappeared into either classrooms or they left. And the way I was laying on the floor, I was laying on top of my 3 other classmates that were there with me. And we were shielding ourselves with our backpacks, and we had a clear view of the door, and we noticed that the door wasn't closed. It was wide open.
The door, the classroom to your door?
Yes. And our teacher, Beagle, his body was partially inside of the classroom, and then his torso down was outside of the classroom. And his body was blocking the door and holding it open. So it was very, scary for us because we didn't know what to do. And with all of us like crying and, whispering to each other, it was pretty loud, I can say. Especially with our door open, it kind of echoed into the hallway.
Right.
So it was just a whole mess.
Okay, so what happened then?
Then we kind of just were laying there. We were texting our friends and family saying, we don't know what's happening. We think there's a shooter in here. We heard shots going off and everything. What's it called? My classmate, one of my classmates, her phone actually rang, and, she turned it off, and randomly her phone dialed 911. We don't know how. We just started hearing on her phone, 911, what's your emergency? And we didn't know how, maybe I don't know what happened. But then she ended up hanging it up because it was really loud. And we were just all laying there. We didn't know what to do. And we were kind of just staying in the same position until the police and the SWAT team came up to our room.
Okay. After Mr. Beagle fell into the doorway, did you hear any more shots after that?
No.
Okay. You were just hiding in the classroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you take any cell phone videos?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit Mark 4L for identification. Take this out. Show you this drive. You see your initials on it?
Yes.
So you recognize this?
Yes.
And you've watched this?
Yes.
And this is truly and accurately depict everything you took on your cell phone?
Yes.
On February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce some evidence.
Is there any objection?
The judgment is being pursuant to DMIL 12 in the courtroom regarding preservation.
Okay, thank you. Over the defense objection, State's Exhibit 4L, as in Lisa, for identification will be received as State's 73.
I'm going to play 73 for you, okay?
Okay.
Is that the door to the classroom there?
Yes.
And is that Mr. Beagle lying there?
Yes.
Hey, look straight, look straight.
Look straight, look straight.
Move y'all line. Right behind this classroom. Come on, guys. You guys are okay.
So those voices that you heard, they were the police coming?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gill. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for the witness?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. You're excused.
Thank you.
Anthony Borges.
Wow, so this is the second time that we heard audio from some of this cell phone video, and boy, was this tough to listen to. You could hear some moaning, you could hear some voices.
You could hear the panic of the students who were around her, everybody's trying to be quiet, the person who was injured crying out for help or moaning, whatever it was, and then the police entering, and you could hear the shuffling, the noise of everybody getting taken out of there, and another victim witness who had to relive what happened there.
Veronica Steele, she was in Scott Beagle's class. She talked about how they went back into the class. She was lying on top of classmates at that point. Everybody was shielding themselves with backpacks. As she's lying on top of her classmates, she says she sees Scott Beagle, who's the teacher, in the doorway trying to block that door because it wasn't closed at that point. And that's when the shooting and the terror was unleashed.
And the victims' families are all sitting there watching it and watching the reaction of the defendant as he's listening to it.
This is Anthony Borges, who's walking in right now. Anthony Borges was shot several times. He also was somebody who has been sort of hailed a hero for helping shield his classmates from also being in the doorway. Anthony Borges walking in. And I will say this is the first time we've seen him without crutches or some sort of aid. He has been very, very badly injured.
And he appeared to actually look across towards Cruz as he walked towards the witness stand.
Please speak into the microphone and state your full name, spell your last name for the record.
Anthony Borges, Borges.
Okay. Mr. Borges, are you working?
No.
Were you going to school?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
Atlantic Technical College on Coconut Creek, doing automobile service.
Okay. Where did you go to high school? Where did you go to high school?
Oh, where? No, I'm going to college.
I know. But before you went to college, you went to high school, right?
No, I went to, I should change the program. I went to Richard School.
Okay. Did you ever go to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
No. I mean, I did, yes, I did. My freshman year.
I thought you did.
Yeah, for sure.
Scared me there for a minute, Anthony. When did you go to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
I actually don't remember.
You don't remember?
Well, that was way back.
Okay. All right. Do you remember February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what year you were in on February the 14th, 2018?
Freshman year.
You were a freshman?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to ask you about February the 14th, 2018. Fourth period. Remember that?
Yes.
Tell us what happened, okay?
So I was in the third floor on class personalization, 1250, I think. And I was just sitting down, the teacher just explaining about the finalist exams and stuff like that. So I was just chilling, sitting, listening to music, and then I hear something weird, like a scream and like some echo. So I turned off the music, and then the alarm went on and then went off. and they went on again like 2 times. So everybody was confused. Everybody just get out of the class. There was like a lot of people in the hallway. Then I decided to go out down to the stairwell. That's when I saw the gun and just closed the door and started running.
Okay, then what did you do?
Then he shot me on my left leg, and then I saw this door like half open. Then I closed it, and then I just lay down there, waiting for everything to stop.
Okay, so what happened to you?
So then I got shot, everything got silent. I just looked myself, check up on me. I look everything around me. There was a person in front of me. There was another person on the other side. I talked to that person to reach out if it was okay or anything, and she didn't respond. When I stopped talking to her, I just reached out my phone and I called my mom first. She didn't answer. I called my best friend. She didn't answer, and then I called my dad. So I told her everything, like goodbye and everything. I threw my phone because I didn't want the shooter just looking at me with the phone and shoot me again. So I just threw the phone.
Okay, when you were on the phone, where were you?
I was outside the classroom.
Yeah, were you standing?
No, I was shot. I was laying down in the hallway.
So you were laying in the hallway?
Yes.
Did you call for help or anything?
I did call, yeah.
Did you call in Spanish and English or just
both?
Both?
Yes.
What were you yelling?
Help.
Help, help?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let me show you. State's Exhibit 4N for identification. Mr. Borges, and ask you, can you identify that?
Yeah, that's me.
And that's you?
Yes.
And that's accurate the way you were on February 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce State's Exhibit 4N.
Is there an adjustment?
Move it.
Okay, states 4N for identification will be received as states 74.
And Mr. Borges, tell us what happened. You were laying in the hallway and you were shot. How many times? Do you know how many times you were shot?
At that time, I didn't know. I just felt like one shot.
Right.
But I got 5 times.
Pardon?
5 times.
5 times?
Yes.
Where were you shot?
In my leg, my other leg, and the back, and over here in the arpino.
All right. Can you show it to us?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh.
Back to
Yeah.
leg.
Okay.
I don't know if it's yours on the other side. I can't see.
Why don't you come out in the front here, Mr. Borges? Right over here. Okay, thank you. And how many surgeries have you had?
14.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Yeah.
So that was Anthony Borges. He was a freshman at MSD. He was in room 1250. He heard the shots. He goes into the hallway. He says he sees the gunman, and he shot. Initially, he said, well, I thought I was just shot one time. He was shot 5 times. And he just moments ago unzipped his jacket, and we saw his scars. 14 surgeries, he says.
And again, this goes towards the callous disregard that Cruz had for his victims as he was running through the hallway, shooting at people, some of whom are now dead and others who he injured, and supports the state's aggravating factors. And to hear his testimony, again, has an impact on these jurors as to the effect that this shooting has had on the people that have died and the people that have survived.
And the survivors still living with scars and injuries. And Borges did not talk about this, and he wasn't asked about this, but he has said on record before that he had to have part of his lung removed. And he had a lot of rehabilitation because he wasn't walking properly for the longest time. This is the first time we've seen him walking without crutches or certain aids. So this is something that's had a long-term impact on a lot of these victims. And before we saw Borges, you know, we heard that video, and Nikolas Cruz had his fingers in his ear.
Couldn't even listen to the audio that was coming out.
This is the next witness, state's witness number 32, who is about to take the stand.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Okay, my full name is Ernest Adam Rospierski. My last name is spelled Rospierski.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
Depending on who you ask, but very little. No, I'm a teacher at Stoneman Douglas High School.
Okay, and how long have you been a teacher?
I am going to be entering in my 11th year.
Okay, and what do you teach?
Students, weirdly enough. But what subjects do I teach?
Yes.
History. I teach AP European History, International Relations, and Geography.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, 2018. Were you teaching on that day, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And where was your classroom?
In the 1200 building.
And what was the number of your classroom?
My classroom was 1249.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit. It is remarked in evidence, Mr. Rospierski, as 67. This is a diagram.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see your classroom there?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to put it on this video here. And could you mark for us where your classroom was?
I'm guessing using my finger?
No, you're going to see. It comes up. It's and you can pick a color and you can circle the number you were in.
Thank you. Ooh, which color? My wife's favorite color is blue, but my son's is red. That's my room.
Okay. And is that on the north side or the south side of the hallway?
It's on the south side.
Okay. And it's two classrooms from the west stairwell. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So, fourth period, what were you teaching?
Fourth period was actually my personalization course, okay. So I wasn't teaching anything. I was actually grading papers. Okay. It was the end of the day.
And could you tell us approximately how many students you had in your class, sir?
I want to say probably upper 20s, so I think 28 was on my roster.
Okay.
It's 4 years ago, so a couple thousand kids since then, so I want to say 28.
I understand. So what happened during that fourth period, sir?
Well, I'm guessing you're asking towards the tail end of it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Just for clarification, because up until then it was relatively boring, which was awesome. It was a normal Valentine's Day, so lots of kids being excited, lots of candy being bandied about, balloons and what have you. First thing, I'm sitting at my table at my desk grading papers. I had a stack of tests that I had to get through because I wanted to, because they'd just taken them, so I was trying to get on top of that. Right. And then sitting in class, and I heard a fire alarm go off.
Okay.
So, follow normal fire procedure. Get all the kids out, walk out of my room, and that's when I saw kids starting to walk towards the west stairwell, because that's our normal path, and then they all started coming back.
Right.
And I was unsure as to why. I started hearing what I thought were gunshots, at least whatever, so I wanted to go investigate. So that's when I walked to the west stairwell.
Were you familiar with guns?
I grew up in the state of Michigan hunting, fishing, and doing all types of things. Right. So yes, I'm very familiar with them.
Okay, so that you recognized gunshots?
Yes.
Okay, so how did you respond? What did you do?
I went to investigate. I wasn't sure what was going on, right. So I couldn't see anything, but I definitely heard gunshots. So then I returned back in the hallway. I saw a very packed hallway, to say the least. as I'm sure that, I'm guessing some people have seen on video. And I tried to calm kids down and get them into the classrooms that they were supposed to go to. I walked towards them relatively calmly, saying, get back to your rooms, go to where you belong, please. And by the time I got to roughly my room, which directly across from there is the bathroom, actually directly across is the water fountains, but both bathrooms are right there. That's when the shooter came onto the floor, and that's when everyone thankfully ducked into rooms, and I pushed a bunch of kids who were in front of me into the little alcove outside of my door.
Okay, and then what happened, sir?
During that, at some point, I pushed them all into the door. I think there was 12-ish kids. I then stuck my head out real quickly to see what was going on. That's when I got grazed by the first bullet, because I got a graze on my face in this general area, and then I got another one on my hip that I didn't find until the next day, actually. And I tucked my head back. This all happened very quickly.
Right.
And then I looked out again. I saw the shooter had the gun up and away, because he's about 25-ish feet from my guesstimation. I then tried my neighbor's door, because I couldn't get into my room because my keys were in my room, because my bag was already packed to go home, and I forgot to grab them as I left.
Okay.
My neighbor's door was locked, so then I came back after trying her door once. I yelled at the kids to run, and then I took off down the hallway and held open the first door for the kids as they came through. After all my kids came through, at least I thought all my kids came through, I put my foot by the door to let them have time to get down. And after a relatively short amount of time, Kyle came by and it was scrambling down, and I didn't notice at the time, but he was injured.
You mean Kyle Lehman?
Kyle Lehman, yes.
Yeah.
And then I held the door after that. I kind of froze for a minute. And then somebody tried to push through. I thought it was a kid. Thankfully later I found out it wasn't. And then I waited, and I kind of got a hold of myself, and then I thought, okay, where can I go that I can lock a door? So I went down the second floor. There's a teacher lounge on the second floor. I know the door to the teacher lounge is usually kept unlocked, but I knew the bathroom could be locked. So that's where I went.
Okay. And you stayed on the landing and held the door for a while, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were doing that, did you notice anyone that was lying on the...
There's a girl with dark hair. I thought it was Jamie, but I wasn't sure. I reached down and shook her, trying to get some sort of reaction. I got nothing. And that's when I decided to run. I didn't try and grab because, quite frankly, I didn't think I could do anything.
Okay. And that was Jamie Guttenberg?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Carol Logren, do you know who she is?
Yes, of course I do.
Was she in your class?
She was.
Okay. And how about Peter Wine?
Also in my class.
Also in your class. Okay. I'm going to publish this video, and you can identify yourself for us. Would you?
Sure.
Your Honor, may we?
Sure.
No objection, proceed to D, MIL 12, and the court's ruling is right presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do you see yourself there, sir?
I do.
I assume that's you in the maroon shirt?
That's a safe assumption. Oh, there I am. Now I'm walking out the door slowly. Ah, yes, that's me.
Okay.
Jeans, Stoneman Douglas shirt. I think you guys still have.
All right. And what were you doing there, sir?
That's when I said I went to the stairwell to investigate the noise. That's what I was doing.
Is this you coming back?
Yep. And here comes all the kitties.
Is that when you're going to next door to try the door, sir?
That is correct.
This is the other angle. Was that Kyle Lehman?
I believe so, yeah.
And is that when you said you were checking Jamie?
Yes.
And you were standing there when he did that, right?
Yes.
Bless you. And that's when you're going to the second floor to the restroom?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how long did you stay there?
I honestly couldn't tell you the length of time I was there. It did not seem very long, but police officers came through and cleared the outside room.
Okay.
I heard them, and then that's when I
left.
Well, after they left the room, I exited a little bit after that, and thankfully the first person I saw was a BSO officer who I knew from working games at school, and he looked at me and said, "What are you doing in there?" I said, "Hiding."
Okay. So, and then you...
Then I made my way downstairs and had a bunch of people in very nice uniforms pointing large guns at me.
I want to show you State Exhibit 4Y for identification. Do you recognize that person?
Yes.
Who is that?
It's Claire. Kara.
Kara Logren?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 4Y.
No objection. States Exhibit 4Y for identification will be received as States 75.
And I'm going to show you a video, and could you tell us if you see Kara Logren, please?
Subject to objection pursuant to D and minor 12 of the court's ruling regarding preservation.
Okay, so noted. Thank you.
Do you see Carol Auburn?
Yes, the circle indicated her.
Okay. And that surrounding the yellow circle?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mr. Ostrowski, thank you. I want to show you State's Exhibit 5A, sir, and ask you, can you identify who this is?
Yes,
Who is it?
it's Peter Wang.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to call for State's Exhibit 5A.
Is there any objection? No, ma'am. State's Exhibit 5A for identification will be received as State's 76.
And I'd like you to watch this video and please identify Mr. Wang if you can. Mr. Ostrowski, is that okay?
Sounds fun.
I have no objection pursuant to DMIL 12 and the court to remove body preservation. Thank you.
Okay, your objection is noted for the record. Thank you.
Circled in yellow, was that Mr. Wang?
I believe so.
Can you see him now?
Yes,
Is that Peter Wang?
I believe so.
Anyone want to show you State's Exhibit marked 4Z? Mr. Rasputin? Do you recognize who this is?
Yes.
Who is that?
It's Jamie Guttenberg.
Okay, was she in your class?
She was.
All right, I'd like to, Jamie Guttenberg, please, Mr. Courts Commissioner.
Is there any objection?
Yes, been pursuant to DMIL 12, as well as the court's preservation ruling. Oh, I'm sorry, that was just a photo? I'm sorry, I thought it was a video. No objection to the photo.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to publish the video too, so.
Okay, well, let's deal with one thing at a time. 4Z as in zebra for identification is a photo, and it will be received without objection as states 77.
I'm going to play the video. You want to?
So you're not publishing the photo, but you want to play the
No,
it's in evidence.
I was going to, I'm going to publish them first. Okay, you're right.
Okay.
I forgot.
I was
All
just
right.
asking you to do whatever you want.
No, it's okay. And you previously identified State's Exhibit 75 as Carol Logren? Sorry. That correct, Mr.?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 76 is Peter Wang?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 77, Jamie Guttenberg, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, Your Honor. We'd like to publish this video.
Okay.
Object to DMIL 12, as well as the court's preservation ruling. Thank you.
Okay, your objection is noted with regard to the surveillance video. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ostrowski. Your Honor, I have no further questions of Mr. Ostrowski.
Are there any questions from the defense?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You're excused. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, our break is going to be a little bit later than we normally break, but we're going to break for about 10-15 minutes so everyone can stretch and use the facilities if you need to. Remember, please do not discuss the case while we're on a recess, okay? Thank you.
Well, there was a lot of silence there, but that was intentional on our part because we really were focusing on the faces of that teacher, Ernest Rospierski, as well as the parents who were in the gallery, who were in the courtroom, as the jurors and the defense and the witness and the state watched some of those surveillance videos once again that just showed the awful moments that February 14th.
And while we couldn't see them, just the reactions of the witnesses who were watching, in particular this last witness, what was going on the video monitor in front of him.
The jurors have been excused. State, how many more witnesses do you have today, just so that I have an idea?
Looks like 4.
Okay. So we'll be in recess until, it's 4:06, we're in recess until 4:20. You said that. Why don't we let everybody stretch and go to the bathroom and then we'll do that, okay? Yep.
She said that they're going to be in recess, and I think the defense has some motions that they're trying to raise here. But getting back to the silence, there's not much to say. As you could see just the shock and the horror on the faces of the family members in the audience and the witnesses. They're viewing the video that's being shown to the jurors.
And this is an interesting witness, Ernest Rospierski. So our own Christina Vasquez is in the courtroom, and last night she was able to view that surveillance video, and it was hard to tell by his testimony. Maybe he was a little bit nervous, he was deflecting a little bit with some humor, but what Christina said was he really does shield a bunch of those students in an alcove. He then runs with them down a hallway, he maneuvers them safely to a stairwell. Then you can see the stairwell area, you can see the kids racing down. He follows them, according to Christina. That teacher follows them. He's able to sort of shield them. But unfortunately, at the end, that's Jamie Guttenberg. And whether she was in the hallway and she was shot or right before she got into that area, you see in the video, according to Christina, you see her collapse. And that's why in the audience, you saw her parents, because they knew that that's what the jury was watching, and it was just gut-wrenching to see.
And you could see from his face, from the witness's face, that he was watching and reliving something that was just horrific. He described what he did with those students and sort of downplayed, what he had done, which is different necessarily from what's on the video. And then after he got them all to safety, went and hid to try to save himself after seeing these students just die in front of him.
Just another really tough day of testimony from some different witnesses that were called by the state. Mike Satz indicated that there were 4 more to go.
He has 4 more. I mean, it's a little after 4 now. She's got them on a break until 4:20. There may be a motion that they're going to take up. They worked a short day yesterday, so she may work them a little bit longer today. There's only potentially a half day for tomorrow for the jurors to be there because they have some other motions they have to address, and so they're moving along pretty quickly. That was, by our count, 33 witnesses now that the state's presented in 3 days.
Well, we're going to continue to monitor this. They're on a short break. Presumably, we'll be back at 4:20. We'll be here the entire time. You won't miss a second of it. We'll be back. Welcome back to day 3 of sentencing of Nikolas Cruz, the convicted Parkland shooter. They took a quick break and now they're back. Let's take a listen.
In the 1200 building, but she saw Mr. Cruz as the students were all leaving the campus and heading towards West Glades Middle School and then on to the shopping center where the Walmart is. She said that he was directly behind her. She did have a brief conversation with him. This is from her deposition testimony, possibly her statement. She asked him, she said hi to him and how is he doing, asked him where he was going to college, and then he responded to that. She said that he was behind her as he was walking away with another student. And then at one point in her deposition, she says, as he's right behind me, I'm calling my mom, hysterically crying because we can't find Meadow Pollock. And I'm screaming her name, and he's right behind me. And at that point, I didn't know who he was or what the conversation that was like, anything beyond that, but no emotion to that. No emotion to hearing me scream about her, cry about her, like trying to figure out where she is. So, Judge, and I do want, prior to the lunch break, I did speak with the state, and I asked them if they intended to elicit any testimony about that, because it's our belief that that's not relevant to put the crime in context or to any aggravating factor. And in fact, it would be an attempt to introduce a non-statutory aggravating factor of lack of remorse. It doesn't go to any of the 7 listed aggravators. And the state's response was, didn't remember that, but we can't control what she says. So I'm asking the court to grant this motion in limine. I don't have a problem. We don't have an. Okay.
What specifically are you asking me to explain?
Right. We don't have an issue with, and I understand the evidence about her walking and seeing him in the crowd leaving, and the shirt that he's wearing. That could potentially, arguably go towards CCP in terms of a plan that he may have had, if that's the state's theory, that he planned to wear that shirt and blend in with the crowd and leave. However, the part about how she was screaming and hysterical because she couldn't find Ms. Pollock, and he was showing no emotion, that is an attempt to introduce a lack of remorse, which is not a statutory aggravator. It's impermissible. Based on the Pope case, which we have cited previously, I believe in jury selection, actually. Pope versus State, 441, Southern 2nd, 1073. That's a Florida Supreme Court 1983 case. And I would cite a couple cases that, for both CCP, cold calculated and premeditated, as well as especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel, actions taken after the murders are not relevant to prove those aggravating factors. So any emotion or lack of emotion or actions that he took after would not be relevant to prove the aggravating factors. Perhaps if that something came up in the defense case, it might be relevant to rebuttal, but at this point, it's not relevant to prove any aggravating factor. And so we're asking that she not be permitted to testify to anything about that, and that this state be directed to advise her that she's limited to testifying to seeing him. She can describe what he was wearing and say that she was walking directly in front of him and he's leaving with the rest of the students. But that's, beyond that, I think that would be irrelevant.
Well, she had a conversation.
Who's my point person from the state?
I'm sorry, I lost my mind.
I mean, you are doing all the witnesses.
I know, but
Mr. Marcus.
Go ahead. Do something.
Judge, that's a very unusual argument for lack of remorse when he is maybe a minute or 2 minutes from just committing the crime. It's not a lack of remorse. The context is of his mental state. So he's at this point, he hasn't even gotten to a place of safety yet. He's still in the midst of the crime that he had just committed, and he's trying to escape to a place of safety. The crime is not even over yet. So saying that there's lack of remorse is, that would be evidence of lack of remorse really stretches it. It certainly is not. There is a conversation between them that goes to his mental state. That's clearly relevant evidence. He's confronted with some knowledge and he doesn't react to it. It would be like if he later gives a statement and he's confronted with guilty knowledge and doesn't react to it like that. That would be admissible evidence. There is absolutely no reason how this would be a non-statutory aggravator. It has nothing to do with that. It does have to do with this. He's still within the planning of what he was doing. It still goes to cold, calculated, and premeditated because he hasn't finished the crime yet in terms of he hasn't gotten to a place of safety. So this is part of CCP and getting away with his crime and being confronted while he's escaping with information about it and his lack of answering or emotion about the witness's concern about Meadow Pollock being missing is relevant information.
Judge, if I may just briefly, respectfully disagree with that. And I'm going to cite to Hall versus State, 107 Southern 3rd, 262. In that case, the court, and I'm quoting from that case, the trial court's reliance on Hall's actions after the murder of moving the victim's body, changing his bloody clothes, cleaning up the blood, and running from other officers as evidence that he pre-planned the murder is also speculative. I think there was a lack of evidence regarding planning prior to the murders, and the state was attempting to use some of his actions after as showing that it was cold, calculated, and premeditated, and the court held that the finding of that aggravating factor was error. There was not evidence to support that. So his comments after, I disagree with Mr. Marcus that the crime is not over as he's leaving, but what we're talking about are the actual murders. Any actions that he takes after the actual murders are not relevant for CCP. And it also is speculative in the sense that he's not responding to someone hysterically screaming about Meadow Pollock. He may not have known who that was. He may not have known that she was one of the victims. It's all speculative, and to allow that to be presented as somehow evidence of cold, calculated, and premeditated, by definition, it goes to the planning of the crime. So the escape itself could possibly, but not conversations that he had that would not have been part of a plan, and reactions he did or didn't have, which could not have possibly been part of a plan, would not be relevant for CCP.
All right. I think your argument goes to the weight, not the admissibility. I think that part of the plan in blending in and sort of concealing himself as just another student is part and parcel with the escape, and I'm going to allow the state to elicit the testimony. Is there anything else? So there were a few things. Is there anything else that you wanted to bring up? No, ma'am. Okay.
Your Honor, the next witness needs an interpreter, but I just want to let the court know.
You have the interpreter.
You have the interpreter.
Yes. Yes. We just wanted to get another chair, and I think he had setting up a microphone.
We have another chair.
Okay, perfect. I guess some of them lost the schedules, so we're going to put these on their chairs, which just say this week and next week. And I have an extra copy for you all if you need it as well. I also put on their chairs earlier, they asked for an order for their employers saying that they were here, so we had those waiting for them, and then we'll have the schedule, waiting for them as well. The only change to the schedule is that on Friday, we're going to start at 9:30. Well, they're going to be here at 9:30, we're going to start at 10, instead of them getting here at 8:30 and us starting at 9. So, and then tomorrow, yes, tomorrow's a half day. But that was on the original calendar. But if you all want this, I will remind you tomorrow that we're starting Friday an hour later, but I want to give it to them in writing so they have it. Okay? Please. Yes.
Those are extra.
These are extra. Okay. So we have plenty of extra if anyone needs it. You can let me know when we recess, okay?
So the question right there was about a potential witness and what that witness was going to talk about. And the defense said, listen, this witness may talk about the fact that there was no remorse in the minutes within the shooting, that she saw Nikolas Cruz. And the prosecution says, no, it's not lack of remorse. This was just within minutes. This is while the crime was still happening, so it shows that it's cold and calculated.
Sounds like
you said you have 3 more witnesses? 4 more witnesses. Okay.
What the defense was focusing
You don't
on.
think we'll be much past 5:30?
No.
Okay.
What the defense was focusing on was part of the testimony that this witness would provide, not necessarily about them escaping with Cruz trying to blend in, trying to get out of there, part of his premeditation, part of his escape route, but specifically a mention of one of the victims, Meadow Pollock, and they're looking for her and him not having a reaction. And so the defense's argument was that doesn't go to premeditated or cold and calculated. It goes to lack of remorse, and lack of remorse is not a statutorily allowed aggravating factor. And so what we want to do is we want to prevent the witness from testifying about that. The state's initial response was we can't control what our witness says. And then the state said, well, you know, his actions and his reactions are part of his escape plan. Perhaps that's why the defense cited to a couple of cases that talk about escape and plans after the murders took place, and they're trying to focus the judge on realizing that they want to limit this. Look, they're laying the groundwork. At some point, if this witness does testify to that particular set of facts, and not that he tried to blend in, but rather they were looking for Meadow Pollock, they were crying about her, and he didn't react. If she testifies to that, you're going to get an objection from the defense. They're going to reserve a motion. They're going to ask for a mistrial. The judge has already ruled that she's not going to grant it, but that's what this is all leading up to, and that's what they're preparing the judge for. Look, on the state side, it's their case to present. They can elicit whatever evidence they want to elicit. They can ask whatever questions they want to ask. But quite frankly, given the amount of aggravating factors they've already established, the fact that they're still going to get the testimony in about him wearing the ROTC shirt, blending in with the crowd and leaving, it might be overkill, and they might be better off just not to go into that area. But it's up to them.
And so everyone is standing up. We believe the jury is coming in. Sats said he had 4 more witnesses to call.
But expected to be done by 5:30.
Right.
So let's see how that works out.
You can see Nikolas Cruz once again wearing a mask, wearing another one of those sweaters, shirt underneath, mostly with his eyes and his head averted. Occasionally, I think 1 or 2 times we saw him slipping a note to one of his attorneys.
You all may be seated. State, please call your next witness when you're ready.
Marjorie, have a change.
So this is the next witness to be called. This is the 34th witness by the state.
Just stand to be sworn, and then we'll.
Okay, Mr. Interpreter, the state told me that we were using an interpreter, but did not tell me what language.
Russian.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do
Yeah,
you
yeah.
solemnly, this is for the interpreter, do you solemnly swear to translate to the best of your ability from English to Russian, Russian to English?
Yes, I do, yeah.
Thank you, sir. And would the witness please raise his right hand?
Пожалуйста, правую руку.
Do you solemnly
Вы
swear or
торжественно
affirm
клянетесь,
the
утверждаете,
testimony
что
you're
ваше
about to
показание
give
будет правдой,
is the truth, the whole truth,
только
and nothing
правдой,
but the
ничего кроме
truth?
правды?
Да.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can both be seated.
Садись, пожалуйста.
Yes, and Mr. Interpreter, would you please state your full name for the
Yes,
record?
Michael Luria, L-U-R-Y-E.
And if the witness would please state his full name and then spell it for the record.
Дайте, пожалуйста, полностью ваше имя, фамилию и по буквам для протокола.
Marian Kabachenko. K-A-B-A-C-H-E-N-K-O.
Okay, so, no, I'm sorry, I think the translation.
K as in king, A as in apple, B as in boy, A as in apple, C as in Charlie, H as in Henry, E as in Edward, N as in Nancy, K as in king, O as in Oliver.
Okay, just 1 second. If you would please explain, sir, that if I understand that you obviously speak some English.
Я понимаю, что вы говорите по-английски.
However, for the record,
Ради протокола
we have to have you speak only in English
вы говорите только по-английски
or only
или
in
только
Russian with the
по-русски
use of the interpreter.
через переводчика.
So even if you understand,
Yes. Если даже вы
please
понимаете,
don't answer in English.
не отвечайте на английский,
Only in Russian,
только по-русски,
so that the record is clear.
чтобы
Okay?
был протокол четкий. Okay? Yes.
Okay. Mr. Kavachenko, are you going to school or are you working?
Вы работаете или ходите, учитесь?
Школа. Колледж.
To college.
Okay, where do you go to college?
Какой колледж?
Бровард.
Broward.
Broward College?
Броудский.
Okay, what year are you in?
В какой курс?
Второй год.
Second.
Where did you go to high school?
А где вы закончили среднюю школу, high school?
В Паркленде.
In Parkland.
Pardon?
Parkland.
Parkland. What's the name of the school?
Как называется школа?
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, is that what you were saying?
Это так вы говорите, да? Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. Yes.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018.
Я хочу привлечь ваше внимание к событиям, которые произошли в среду, 14 февраля 2018 года.
Okay.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
What date?
No, okay, he said.
No.
He said okay.
Okay, okay. All right. Where were you during fourth period?
Что вы делали на четвертом периоде, перемене?
Был в классе географии.
I was in the geography class.
Whose class?
Geography class.
Geography class? What was the name of the teacher?
Как фамилия была учителя?
Кажется, Скотт, имя я знаю.
I believe I know the first name, Scott.
Scott, he doesn't remember the last name?
Вы не помните фамилию?
Рейбин, кажется.
Rabin, I believe.
Я забыл.
I forgot.
Pardon?
I forgot the last name.
I forgot the
Last name. Okay. Would you know the last name if I said it?
Если я произнесу его фамилию, вы узнаете ее?
Да.
Yes.
Beagle?
Beagle?
Да.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So would you tell us what happened during fourth period, please, Mr.
Скажите, пожалуйста, что произошло на четвертой перемене?
Я был, уже подходил конец класса географии.
It was already almost the end of the geography class.
Зазвонила пожарная сирена.
The fire alarm went off.
И мы начали собирать вещи, чтобы покинуть класс.
We started gathering our things to leave the classroom.
Когда я вышел из класса, в коридоре было большое скопление людей.
When I left the classroom, there was a lot of people congregating in the hallway.
Да, и впереди люди были, начало что-то происходить впереди.
And I noticed that something started going on in the front.
Люди, которые были впереди, начали бежать назад, просачиваться через толпу.
People who were in the front started running backward and started trying to go through the crowd, to push through the crowd, their way through the crowd.
Я начал медленно отступать назад.
I started slowly walking backward.
И потом прозвучали выстрелы.
And then gunshots sounded.
И я побежал в сторону лестницы.
And I began running towards the stairwell.
В противоположную сторону от выстрелов.
In the opposite direction from where the shots were coming from.
И когда я бежал, мне что-то ударило в ногу, и резкая боль.
When I was running, while I was running, I felt something hitting my leg, and I felt a sharp pain.
И в этот момент я заметил, что слева был учитель и несколько студентов.
And at that time, I noticed that on my left side there was a teacher and several students.
Пытались открыть дверь в класс.
Who were trying to open a door to a classroom.
Я забежал к ним.
I ran with them into there.
И пока учитель пытался открыть класс, я стоял там.
And while the teacher was trying to open the door to the classroom, I was standing there, near them.
Ему не удалось открыть класс, и мы попробовали открыть соседний левый класс.
He was unable to open the door to the classroom, so we tried to open another door to the left.
Левую дверь ему тоже не удалось открыть, поэтому...
We failed to open the door to the left classroom as well, so...
Учитель, в этот момент прекратились звуки выстрелов, и учитель выглянул из-за угла и сказал нам бежать.
At that time, the gunshots stopped. The teacher glanced around the corner and told us to run.
Мы побежали.
We started running.
И когда уже почти добежали, опять прозвучали выстрелы.
And when we almost reached the place, the gunshots were heard again.
И я по лестнице спустился на первый этаж.
I walked the stairs down to the first floor.
И в тот момент я уже обнаружил, что людей стало меньше.
And at that time I noticed that there were fewer people around.
Меньше стало, чем было изначально, когда бежали.
Fewer than initially when we were starting running.
Насколько я помню, я первым открыл уличную дверь.
As far as I remember, I was the first to open the door to outside door.
Там лежал мертвый мужчина.
There was a body of a dead male lying there.
И мы оббежали его и побежали в правую сторону, в сторону парковки.
We ran around him and ran to the right towards their parking lot.
Мы отбежали достаточно далеко от здания.
We ran pretty far away from the building.
Но были еще на территории школы.
But we were still inside the premises of the territory of the school.
После этого мы уже начали идти более-менее спокойно.
After that, we slowed down and started walking more calmly.
И опять прозвучали выстрелы.
And then the shots rang again.
И нам показалось, будто опять стреляет нас из окна.
And it seems to us that somebody is shooting at us from a window.
С того здания. И мы опять побежали.
And we started running again.
Мы перелезли через забор.
We climbed over a fence.
И там уже нам помогли люди, которые помогают переходить через дорогу.
And then we were assisted by the people who help students to cross streets.
После того я пошел домой, позвонил родителям.
After that, I went home and called my parents.
Они приехали и забрали меня и привезли домой.
They came over, picked me up, and took me home.
Дома я сказал, что мне что-то попало в ногу.
At home, I told them that something hit my leg.
До этого у меня была правая нога мокрая.
And before that, I felt that my right leg was wet.
И там родители уже видели, что у меня там рана и кровь.
And my parents examined me and saw that I had a wound and blood.
После этого мы поехали обратно на территорию школы.
After that, we went back to the school premises,
И там меня уже забрала скорая помощь.
where I was picked up by an ambulance.
Okay. Mr. Kavachenko, how long had you been at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, I mean enrolled in Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, before this shooting happened?
Сколько вы учились в этой школе, прежде чем произошла эта стрельба?
Около 2 недель.
About 2 weeks.
So you were only there 2 weeks?
Только 2 недели?
Да.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let me show you State's Exhibit
Я вам покажу вещдоки прокуратуры.
4R for identification,
4R для опознания.
and ask you if you can identify that.
Вы можете опознать?
Да, это я.
That's me.
And the yellow circle is you?
Вот то, что внутри этого желтого круга, это вы.
Да.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd like to offer 4R.
Я хочу представить вещдок 4А.
No objection.
Не
Okay,
возражаю.
without objection, States Exhibit 4R for identification
Принят был для этот
will be
вещдок 4А.
received as States 78.
Это 78, просто номер другой принялся.
Okay, and I'm going to now show you 4O.
4О.
4O. You recognize who that is?
Вы это знаете, кто это?
Да, это я.
Yes, that's me.
Okay. And 4Q, do you know what this is?
For
Да,
Q, что
это
это?
моя рана.
This is my wound.
This is your wound? Okay. And 4P, does that also show where the wound
4P,
was?
тот показывает, где была рана.
Да.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Спасибо.
All right, Your Honor, I'd like to offer
Я хочу представить
4Q,
эти вещдоки 4Q,
4P,
4P
and 4O.
и 4О.
Is there any objection?
Есть возражение?
Please.
Sure. I'm sorry?
We never rectify that.
Oh, okay, can you turn them on? We have to turn the headphones back on, I'll just take a second. Mine's not green. Should have a green one. Oh, here it goes. Okay. All right, the white one.
So that student was Marian Kavachenko. He said that he was only at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High for 2 weeks when this shooting happened. He said he was. He said he started walking. He started walking backwards. He heard gunshots. He ran toward the stairwell. That's when he felt something hit his leg, and he felt a sharp pain. And that's when he was shot. And he describes when he started running. So he was not escorted out by police. He was among students who was making a run for it. He described jumping over a fence. What a harrowing thing for him to describe as a student who had only been there for 2 weeks. And by the way, he had an interpreter with him.
79.
A Russian interpreter.
4P will be received as States 80. 4Q will be received as States 81.
So they are going over evidence right now.
Well, they had made their what would have appeared to be their standard objections. These were photos of his injuries, so they objected, raised some additional objections other than what they usually did, and now she's overruled their objections. They're going to come in. He'll publish those photos to the jury. The last 3 of them we won't see. The first one is presumably a picture of him in the surveillance photo coming out of potentially the stairwell wherever he ran from. And yeah, they heard that there was an all clear after the shot was fired, and they were just getting out of the building.
They were just getting out.
And he'd been in the geography class and talked about walking over a body.
I'm going to now show you, it's been introduced in evidence, States 78.
78, это покажу, это номер.
And who is that in the yellow circle?
Кто этот человек в желтом круге?
Это я.
That's me.
Okay. And States Exhibit number 79.
79, это новый номер.
Is that? Whoops.
Кто это?
Это я.
That's me.
Okay. And States Exhibit 80.
80 номер.
What's that show?
Что это показывает здесь?
Показывает мою рану.
Shows my wound.
Okay. And states 81, is this a close-up of that wound?
А вот это просто близко, просто ракурсе. Это та же самая рана.
Да.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Спасибо.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
У меня нет
of
других
Mr.
вопросов.
Kabachenko.
So it looks like maybe the audio and the video froze. What happens? Oh, now I think maybe we
Heard a little audio,
heard
but
a
no
little
video.
audio. But this is Marian Kabashenko, as we were saying. He was a student at MSD, only student there for a couple of weeks when the shooting happened. So again, David, just going through some procedural things, looking at the evidence, pictures of his wounds, and presumably either a surveillance still or surveillance video where he identified himself in that video.
Putting him in a place in one of the building at the 1200 building, and then showing his wounds again to show the effect that it had on him as a victim here, establishing one of the aggravating factors. Again, the jurors got to see those pictures. We didn't get to see those photos.
And you can see the
lifetime.
Right, and you can see that the audio and the video is back. We believe that the state has 3 more witnesses to call today. They said they would hope to be done by about 5:30, a little bit later than yesterday. Yesterday was an early day. Today they're working a little bit later, and so we are waiting for the state to call the next witness.
And by my count, that's 15 of these victims who survived, who he pled guilty to the attempted murder charges on. So perhaps the other 2 or 3 are the remaining 2 victims, and we will then have heard from all 17 of the victims who survived the attack.
And those would, of course, then also be aggravating factors as part of the state's argument that Nikolas Cruz should be executed.
Exactly.
By my count, this is the state's witness number 35.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. If you would please lean into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name.
My name is Kyle Allen Lamon.
Spell your last name, please.
Laman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stoneman. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well. So, do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go?
I go to the Emergency Educational Institute, EEI. It's a EMT paramedics class.
Okay. Where did you go to high school?
I went to Marjorie, Stoneman, Douglas.
And when did you graduate?
In 2021.
I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay, and specifically, I'd like to ask you about fourth period. Do you remember where you were?
I was in Mr. Ross Piercy's class, or my personalization.
Personalization, where,
yeah.
What do you do in personalization? You might as well tell us.
It's like a study hall.
Right.
So just either homework or,
Okay. So, Mr. Lehman, would you tell us what happened during fourth period, please?
During fourth period was just started off as a normal period till the time hit where the fire alarm went off.
Okay.
As soon as the fire alarm went off, we all did normal fire alarm procedures. We all go into the hallway where all the classes were. We all stayed there, very stationary. I already had a really bad feeling about it because
So it looks like the video is frozen. That may be the live view technology that's being used to bring this signal out to the public live. But again, this is a frozen picture. It's a little bit of a technical difficulty, so we're hoping that resolves. And here we go.
Yeah, and it's a rollover crash, so we're seeing some pretty heavy delays with that. But before I show you how it looks like on our maps, though, I do want to give you a live look of I-95 in Miami. This is your view at Northwest 125th Street. Southbound lanes, you've got nothing to worry about.
Okay, so we're waiting for this picture to come back, but this is Kyle Lamont. He was one of the injured.
When, the screaming happened and the shots went off. And that's when a lot of people, like, I guess, froze up, and I did too. The hallways emptied, like, for me personally, it emptied super fast. I blinked and everyone was separated, gone, or on the floor. I remember seeing a lot of bodies on the floor. I saw the gunman come out. I saw everything of when the shots went off. I blinked and then everything just went bad. I started moving left to right, just seeing what to do. And then as soon as I went left, I felt like a very strong, I don't really know how to explain it, but like a paintball shot to my right foot. And I didn't even recognize it at the time. I just felt it, and then it went into the cutout to where the bathrooms are. And that's when I saw my friend there. And then Joaquin was there too.
Joaquin Oliver was in the alcove?
I believe so, yeah.
And who was your other friend?
Tyler West.
Tyler West. So it was the three of you in the alcove?
Yes.
Okay. Then what happened?
I realized that I was like, I feel something wet in my foot. I don't know what it is. I look down and I see my ankles blown off to bits, obliterated. I stood there. It felt like an hour just staring at it. I was like, oh my God, what, are you serious? This is happening? I was like, I'm feeling the water. It's like blood, and I'm hearing shots going off. People are screaming. Me and Tyler are terrified. I look at him, and he looks at me. I'm like, we're going to die. What do we do? And I peek around the corner, and I still see the shooters shooting into the classroom. I'm like, I see Joaquin trying to get into the bathroom door, but I know the bathroom doors were locked. But so I told him to stop. We need to figure out a different way to get out. So, but I don't think he really heard me or cared. But at that point, I kind of stopped and trying to look for an alternative method to see if I could leave. So that's when I looked, see if the gunman was shooting. He still was. So I took the opportunity while he stopped, at least for temporarily, and I darted to cover to get closer to the exit. And I managed to, as soon as I started running, I was the only person besides the gunman in the hallway at the time, besides the bodies that were on the floor. He started out, since I was running, he targeted me, started shooting at me. I remember hitting the wall, and as soon as I hit the wall, I could see debris from the walls of at least 4 to 5 rounds coming off of the wall. So they aimed at me. I'm assuming. I was like, oh my God. As soon as they did that, the shooting stopped, and then I don't know. I can't really recall how long I was in that little covert for at the second time, but I managed to, as soon as he stopped shooting, again, run and exit. The first door I tried was on the very left, wouldn't open, and that was
you're saying the door on the left. You're talking about the 2 doors that lead into the west stairwell.
Correct.
Okay, so the one closest.
The one closest to me.
Okay.
Over the east side. It wouldn't open, and so obviously I went to the next one,
right,
and I managed to escape.
Okay.
Ran down the 3 flights of stairs and managed to leave.
Okay, and where did you run to?
I ran towards the football field.
Okay, and did you finally did you hear anything when you were running on the football field?
On the football field, yeah, I heard shots.
Okay, and then did you finally get to safety?
I did, inside of a locker room.
Okay, let me show you. States 24C for identification.
That's me.
Is that you in the yellow circle?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer 24C.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
States 24C as in Charlie for identification will be received as states 82.
Now, Mr. Lehman, I want to show you State's Exhibit 82. Is that you right there?
Correct.
In the yellow circle?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you now 3 exhibits. Before I do that, could you describe what happened to your leg, your ankle? I mean, what kind of treatment did you have for it?
Treatment?
Okay, so once again, a technical difficulty. The audio and the video froze, but he started to talk about the injury to his ankle.
Right. Mark 14Z for identification. You recognize that? And who is that?
That's me.
Is that you at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 4S? Is that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's my foot.
Is that your foot? Okay. And how about State's Exhibit 4B?
Yes.
Okay. And what are they doing there?
So that was a skin graft to repair my whole ankle. It was they took skin from my right, or no, sorry, they put skin from my left and then muscle and whatever necessary on my right to replace all the missing stuff that I lost. Basically repaired so I could have some function for later in the future so I could at least walk.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 4S, 4B, and 4Z.
Earlier you said 14.
Did I?
So just to clear, yes, it's 4. This one says 14Z. Is that?
Whatever.
Okay, so there's, just for the record, there's 4 S's in Sam, 4 V like Victor, and then 14 Z like zebra.
What did I say?
Well, you said 14, then you said 4, so I just wanted to make sure this wasn't marked improperly.
No, whatever's there is
Okay.
correct.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am, briefly.
Okay.
So the objection is to
the photos of the injuries, the same objections that they've lodged before. She took care of it with regard to some of the other videos and some of the other pictures that are coming in by letting them have this blanket objection referring back to their motion in limine.
Sure.
But for each of the photos now, she's allowing them to make the objection and then give them whatever their additional reasons are for not wanting these pictures to come in.
So this is Kyle Lehman, and he talks about how he was in that study hall and how he heard the gunshots. And this is the first time that we've heard from anybody who really felt like the shooter was targeting him. They were sort of engaging each other. As he was running, he said that is when Cruz, the shooter, was chasing him.
He said that it sounded like he was shot before that in the ankle, and then he's running to get out of there, and Cruz is coming after him, firing off shots. He's hearing them go off the wall next to him and miss him.
And all of this is happening as he says his ankle was injured. In fact, he said it was blown to bits. He said he could feel the water and the blood and just all of these sensations in his ankle. Later, they had to do extensive surgery, he says, but it's amazing he was able to run on it.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got the white noise again. They're putting the headsets on again. This is a sidebar. They're going to be discussing the pictures.
The pictures. And this certainly goes to the aggravating factor, great risk of death to many persons. He's described basically Cruz taking target practice on him as he's running away down the hallway along with many other students. who are also trying to get out of the building.
He says he runs into an alcove, then he runs to an exit, again, running while wounded. Eventually he gets to the football field, and he says he's able to, seek some shelter in a locker room, and then it went from there. But this is Kyle Lehman. I believe that this is the 16th person that we've heard from so far who's been injured.
Yes.
So we think that maybe we'll hear from one of those other injured students today as the state wraps up for the day. But this was some pretty harrowing testimony. And at one point, David, you had even noticed it appeared that he looked over at the defense.
One of the few witnesses who has looked over at the defense table, other than the witness who made the identification yesterday. Most of the other witnesses have continued to look forward. They don't want to look over there. But he appeared to look right over at the defense table as he was describing what he was going through.
This has been a long day for the parents who have been sitting in this audience, a lot of the same parents that we've seen for the last few days. And, for them, many of them have told us over the last few weeks when we've asked, are you going to be there? What's your plan? And they have all said, they want to be there for their children. They want to be there for those that they have lost, and they feel like it's their duty to be there and to listen to the details, as awful as they are.
And their children can't be there, their loved ones can't be there, and so they're doing that for them, and they're in the courtroom. And you can see them all to a T staring down Cruz at the defense table. They're getting their day in court. They're finally seeing their loved ones being accounted for, and the justice that they're seeking here, and the process taking place. And so that's why we're going to see them every day.
So it looks like the headsets are coming off. Let's take a listen.
States 14Z, like zebra, for identification will be received as states 83. States 4S, like Sam, for identification will be received as states 84. And states 4V, like Victor, will be received as states 85. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lehman and I want to show you State's Exhibit 83, and I think you said that's you in the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 84. Was that your ankle before any treatment?
Yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 85. Is that when they're doing the skin graft?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lehman. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Do you have any questions? Thank you, sir.
Tyler West.
So as usual, no cross-examination from the defense.
There's nothing that they're going to ask him. I mean, in here, now he took a look back over at Cruz as he was walking out.
And once again as well.
But there's nothing to ask him. Are you sure that was our client? You saw us shooting at you numerous times as you fled the scene. There's nothing they're going to gain from any of that. You could see how difficult it was for him to sit there.
That young man has been through a lot, and he said not only, does he have these physical injuries, but he then had to recount the moment that he says Nikolas Cruz chased after him as he was shooting, which is just unbelievable.
Taking target practice at him.
And so the next person they're calling is Tyler Weiss, and that is somebody that Kyle Lehman, who we just heard from, mentioned. He says that day he saw Tyler and he saw Joaquin Oliver. And he will be witness number 36 for the state. Once again, a classmate of Kyle Lehman, whose testimony we just heard.
So please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down and be seated, please. If you would please lean forward and speak into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name.
All right. Tyler, WSD. What?
What was the last name?
West, WSD.
Oh, okay, Wes, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. West. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. So are you working?
I am, yes. I'm working at Publix.
Okay. Where'd you go to high school?
Stoneman Douglas.
Okay, and what year did you graduate?
2021.
I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember where you were during the fourth period of that day?
Yes, I was on the 3rd floor of the 1200 building.
Okay, and do you remember what class you were having?
Study hall.
And do you remember who the teacher was?
Mr. Rospierski.
Okay, is that room 1249?
Yes.
Okay, so please tell us what happened during that class.
So basically, I was playing chess with my friend Peter and Tanner, and the fire alarm goes on.
Your friend Peter, what's Peter's last name?
Wang.
Okay.
Yeah, and the fire alarm goes off, and pretty much I just exit and walk down the hallway with everybody else. And out of nowhere, everybody just stops, and they turn around, and they start going back up, and I follow them because I didn't know what to do. And I was just standing there in the middle of the hallway, waiting for my teacher to unlock the door. I didn't know what was going on at the time, but then I heard gunshots, and I kind of panicked. Didn't really know what to do, so I turned around and kind of like ran into the bathroom cubby area. And once I got there, I looked over, saw my friend Kyle Lamont right in front of me. His foot was pretty much shot off, like there's a hole in his foot. And there was another kid, I didn't know who he was at the time, but his name is Joaquin Oliver. He was in the corner laying down, and I looked at him, asked him if he can move. And he said no, he got shot in the leg or knee, one of those. And I just turned around and ran when I saw the opportunity.
Okay. And did you see where Kyle went? Kyle Lehman?
No, I did not. As soon as I started running, I was focused on getting out.
Okay. And where did you run to?
So I ran down the stairs directly across from the little cubby, and I just ran all the way down the stairs and ran off into some neighborhoods nearby.
Okay.
But as I was running down, I did see Coach Weiss like against the doorway.
Okay. At the west, outside the west doors?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. West, let me show you State's Exhibit 4X and ask you if you can identify that person in the red circle.
Yeah, that's me.
That's you? And that's you on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. West. Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 4X.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
Okay, without objection, states 4X, like X-ray, will be received as states 86.
Okay, Mr. West, here's State's 86, and that's you in the red circle?
Yeah.
Can you see it?
I cannot.
It's not showing.
Okay. How about
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Do you see it now? Is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, thanks. Your Honor, I have no further questions of Mr. West.
Any questions? No. Thank you, sir.
Thank
You're
you, Mr.
excused.
West.
All right, thank you.
Nicolette Muccietta.
Please remain standing. Miss, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hand down and be seated. Please lean in to the microphone and state your full name and then spell your last name for the record.
My name is Nikolas Machado, and the last name's Miciotta.
Good afternoon, Ms. Machado. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Good. And do you go to school?
Yes, I do. I actually just graduated Florida Gulf Coast University with a major in criminal justice and minor in psychology, going back in the fall for grad school.
Okay. Where'd you go to high school?
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas,
And when did you graduate?
2018.
All right. I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
And do you remember where you were during fourth period?
Yes, I was in Mrs. A's room, right across from the tennis courts. I don't remember the room number.
Okay. Do you remember the building number?
No, I don't. It was facing right across from the tennis court,
Okay.
So when I looked out, I could see
Let me
it.
show you the little map. Maybe it will help, okay? I'm going to show you State's Exhibit Mark 2 and see if this helps you at all. If it doesn't, that's okay.
I was building 9.
Building 9?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's good. All right. So you're in Building 9. So what happens?
Class started. We were doing a discussion. We had been in groups for the discussion. It was an assignment we were doing, and I hadn't felt well that day, so I had been texting my mom, telling her I wasn't sure if I was going to leave or stay or what I was going to do. I ended up deciding to stay because it was too close to the bell ringing, and there's a certain time in between the bell ringing and you being able to leave, and I was cutting it pretty close, so I decided to stay.
Okay.
Moments later, after I texted my mom and said, I'm going to stay, it's too short, we heard the fire alarm go off.
Okay.
When we heard the fire alarm go off, we exited the room. I grabbed my bag, I grabbed everything, and we made our way outside.
Okay. And where did you go?
We went towards the tennis courts. We walked all the way past the fields, all the way to the other side, right in between Westglades and the Walmart that was right there.
Okay. I'm going to put up State's Exhibit number 1. And take a look at this and see if this. Can you see that yet?
Yes.
Does that help you at all?
Yes.
Okay, so you know how to work pick a color and just show from where you were in the 900 building where you went.
I was right here. I don't know if it made a mark.
Now, why don't you pick like the yellow or something?
I was right here.
Yeah, okay, good.
We came along the side. When we came out, there were so many students standing there, you could barely tell, who was who. We just started walking.
Okay.
When we started walking, we walked along here. As we got we kept walking over here. As we got around over here, we started seeing police. When we saw the police, we started realizing a little bit what was going on, because normal fire drills would have you never saw police around you as much as we started seeing them. We went along all the way here, just about here is when I had turned around and I saw the shooter was standing behind me.
Okay, well, you didn't know who the shooter was at the time, did you?
I had known him since middle school.
Okay.
I just had not known that he had left the school.
Right. So you see him, what happens?
I see him and I turned around and, I hadn't seen him in years. I spent the first 2 years at another school, so my last 2 years were at Stoneman Douglas. Looking back, obviously had no idea. I turned around I realized he was standing with another friend of mine. When I realized that, we kind of collided in the line, so we became one line. When we became one line, I said hi, he said hi back, and I said, you have any college plans? And he said, somewhere in Florida. At that time, we got filed into one line. He was right behind me. And at that time, I was still trying to find friends of mine. I was on the phone with my mom, hysterically.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
No, I was going to ask you, remember what he was wearing?
He's wearing a maroon JROTC shirt, and I don't remember the pants. I just saw the top. I never...
Was it a maroon ROTC shirt from Marjorie Stoneman
Yes.
Douglas?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Would you please point him out?
Right there?
The person in the green sweater?
Yes.
Madam Reporter, with the court's permission, would you let the record reflect that Ms. Muccietta identified the defendant, Nikolas Cruz? Okay, and then where did you go? And I'm sorry I pronounced your name wrong.
No, it's
How do you?
Machada.
Machada,
But it's okay.
I'm sorry.
At that point, we were scaling the fence between, the Westglades, basically. When we came out on this end, I turned around and he wasn't there anymore.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Does that conclude your witness presentation
Yes.
for today? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you should have found earlier today, after a break, I left an order on your chairs. I know some of you had asked for proof for your employers, so that would be the proof that you would need. And then some of you had asked for another copy of the calendar, which I put on your chair as well, which the only small change is that on Friday, you don't need to be here until 9:30. Normally you're here at 8:30, but Friday, I don't need you here till 9:30. Other than that, please remember that you must not discuss the case with anyone or permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case while we're on recess. This includes an overnight recess. Again, if anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about the case, tell the person to stop and report the matter immediately. I told you I would remind you about this every day, and I'm going to until you'll know exactly what I'm going to say before I even say it. I hope you all have a nice evening and a safe drive home, and I will see you tomorrow, the same time tomorrow. We need you here at 8:30, and it's a half day tomorrow. We'll finish by noon or 12:30, and then Friday we'll start an hour later, and you won't have to be here until 9:30. Okay, thank you all very much.
Well, the state's last witness today was a very powerful one. This was Nicolette Machada. She was an MSD student. She said she was not in the 1200 building. She was in another building, Building 9. She started hearing the gunfire. She says that she and the other students started heading outside.
Because that's what they were supposed to do. They heard the fire alarm go off. They're starting to get out of the building, and before she realized it, as we just heard her talk about, she turned around and Nikolas Cruz was 1 to 2 people right behind her.
Now, she says she knew Nikolas Cruz from middle school. She hadn't seen him in a few years. She did not.
For the evening, I would ask everyone to please gather your belongings and exit the courtroom, except for today we're going to limit it to the order, the administrative order that says 5 media representatives. I know yesterday I allowed 6. Today is going to only be 5. As soon as people start clearing out, if those 5 people would sign in with the sheriff's office, and you can remain in the first. Well, let me figure out what we're going to do first, whether it be the video or the photo.
So as you know, they allow some members of the media to look at some of these photographs and some of the exhibits that have been presented. But going back to Nicolette Machada, she said she turned around and she saw him behind her.
And she said known Cruz since middle school, hadn't seen him for a while, wasn't even sure if he was still a student there, asked him where he was planning to go to school. And
she said college plans, and he said summer in Florida. And she noticed that he was wearing a maroon Marjorie Stoneman Douglas ROTC shirt.
Which is important to the state's prosecution, showing premeditation. He specifically, in their opinion, put that shirt on so that he would blend in with the crowd of students there for his escape.
Correct.
And this was the witness that they were talking about earlier when we heard them arguing about a motion in limine, about wanting to prevent her from testifying, about him showing a lack of remorse. Turns out the prosecution never asked the question, and so there was no need for them to get an answer. Quite frankly, they're better off to have done that, prevent some sort of reversible potential error from occurring. And they got across the point they wanted to get across. This person who had just committed the shooting was now running out, blending in with the other students, pretending to be one of the students at the school and not the shooter, and making sure that he could get his escape route and get out of there. Her testimony was powerful. You always want to close on a witness that's going to leave some sort of resonance with the jurors, and that's what they did today. The last two witnesses were, very powerful witnesses.
Right.
The gentleman who testified before her, who had his ankle blown off.
Right.
He looked at the defendant a couple of times on his way out. And in addition to that, her testimony, as simple as it may have been, just describing how she got out there, was very crucial and very critical to them to show this blending in and his escape plan.
And not only that, she did sort of what you do in a guilt or innocence trial, which is they asked her, okay, you saw him, can you identify him in the courtroom? And she pointed to him.
She pointed him out, as difficult as that may have been, much like the witness did yesterday as well. So they're getting one each day, identifying him there. Another strong day for the state in presenting their aggravating factors to this jury so that they can consider what punishment's going to be appropriate.
37 witnesses so far that were put forth by the state. Things have wrapped up now. Court's going to resume tomorrow. It's just a half day. But this has been some powerful testimony so far, and we're going to be covering it all right here. Thank you so much for being with us and giving us your insight. Of course, you can follow all of the latest with my colleague Christina Vasquez, who is on Local 10 News. We will see you right here again tomorrow at 9 o'clock.